Nordic Fathers on Paternity Leave conference that a Central Association for Men's Organizations in Finland is organizing with the help from Ministry of Social Affairs and Health and Nordic Council of Ministers. This conference is organized on-site and online, and we have participants actually, I think, from almost every continent, which is surprising. And my colleague Tommy was wondering, are they waking up so early in America, for instance? We've tried to arrange this conference. This is the third time we are trying to do it. First tried 1 year ago, and then last autumn, and now we finally are here. And all this because of COVID-19. We have to postpone the conference all the time. And for today, we're finally here, but then again, COVID-19 strikes again. Our host, Sanrix, is sick. So I'm going to be your host today, and I'm Antti Aleen, working in Miessäkit ry as head of administration and communications and a board member of men's organizations, Association of Men's Organizations in Finland. They're too long names, I think. Yeah. And because of this COVID, in this house, in Musiikkitalo, there's a mask recommendation, but I think you're all free to choose how to act with that recommendation. And first, we are going to have welcome words from Minister for Nordic Cooperation and Equality, Thomas Blomqvist. Here's a short presentation. Thomas Blomqvist is the Minister for Nordic Cooperation and Equality of Finland since 2019. Before being elected to Member of Parliament in 2007, he worked as a farmer and an entrepreneur. Minister Blomqvist still has his farm and home in Raseborg in southern Finland, where he lives with his family. Being a father is very important to Minister Blomqvist. Welcome, Minister Blomqvist.
Good morning, dear friends. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the Nordic Conference on Nordic Fathers on Paternity Leave, hosted by the Central Association for Men's Organization in Finland. It is a long name. The conference is a part of our last year's Finnish presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers. I'm very happy that the conference is happening live here at Musiikkitalo in Helsinki and also online. The topics of today's conference include shared parenthood, the child's right to its parents, equality between parents, fathers, relationships with their children, sharing good practices as well as experience and know-how of Nordic NGOs, experts and authorities. These are all very important topics. I want to thank you all for giving your time, expertise and effort to promote fathers' active parenting role and fathers' right to be an active parent. The Nordic countries have definitely come far, but we still can and must do better. My remarks today will focus especially on the roles of fathers and fatherhood as the topic of today's event and a very important issue in itself. I will also say a few words on sharing parental leave. At the same time, we of course know that caring families come in all shapes and forms. This also includes fatherhood. Fathers, as all parents, have a very important role for their child. Nordic studies show that the majority of fathers want to play an active and present role in their children's lives and believe that parental leave should be divided equally among the parents. But still, for instance, in Finland, fathers only take out a small part, around 10% of parental leaves. The number is slightly higher in some of our neighbor countries, Sweden 30%, Norway 20%, but none of us have reached 50-50. It seems that in practice there are still obstacles along the way for many fathers. I believe that everyone, the father, the child, the other parent, as well as the workplaces, can benefit from a more equal division of parental leaves. Equally shared parental leave means a chance to grow a closer relationship with one's child in the early stage of life, and the chance for the child to have a closer relationship to two parents. Having present parent supports is shown to support the child's development and long-term family relationships. It can also benefit the relationship between the parents and support the parents' equal opportunities and responsibilities at home and outside the home. The role of the workplace and employers is also important. Supporting family leave is an investment in the future also for the employer. Still, Nordic studies show that fathers often fear they will face penalties at work for taking family leave. Making family life possible can't only be the responsibility of parents, but something we as a society need to work towards. Dear friends, I also want to say a few words on the government's work in regard to family leaves. The Finnish government's family leave reform will enter into force on 1st of August 2022 this year. The reform will, for the first time, give both parents an equal quota of parental leave. This especially strengthens the possibilities for fathers. In my view, this is an important step towards a more equal sharing of family leave. We want a more gender-balanced distribution of care. We want the family leave to be more evenly shared between parents. Equality between different families will also be increased. The starting point is the best interest of the child. A child has the right to the same period of care regardless of family constellation. For instance, single-parent families receive the same amount of parental leave as families with two parents. This is also a major reform in terms of gender equality. It affects, in a positive way, women's position on the labor market, increases parents' ability to look after their young child, and also influences stereotypical attitudes. The change in attitudes is not done by laws alone, but the reform is a strong signal of what society wants to achieve. And in the presentation, we heard that being a father is very important for me. And I must say, even compared to being a minister, it also is very, very important for me, and a very important thing. Being a father is the most important thing in my life. I'm very much looking forward to this conference discussions on how we can move forward and make shared parenthood even more of a reality in the Nordic countries. Thank you.
And next is going to be Tomi Timperi, Secretary General from the Central Association for Men's Organizations in Finland. The association's aim is to promote well-being and gender equality from male perspective. Welcome, Tomi.
Thank you, Minister Blomqvist. Thank you, Antti. You're a brave man to step into this role here. Thanks a lot. Welcome to you all here in Helsinki and you too somewhere there online. Like Antti said, it's great to have you with us from all over the world, including Africa, Asia, North and South America. I agree with you that there's something interesting about our Nordic welfare culture. So, my name is Tomi Timperi, and I'm here with the association. However, my main job is to be the executive director of Miessakit organization. Miessakit is an NGO and expert organization that takes care of the well-being of Finnish men and trains professionals in this field. I have worked full-time in Miessakit now for 27 years. In this speech, I will talk about some of the key findings made in the State of the Nordic Fathers report. The report was published in late 2019 and was prepared in collaboration with Promundo, the Nordic Council of Ministers, and the MEN organization. In addition, I bring up observations through my own work and expertise. The well-being of parenthood is the most important social pillar in Nordic society. The main thing the children need is that their parents are well. Parental well-being is stronger the more mothers and fathers can be close to the lives of their children right from the first years. And parental well-being is stronger also when parents are satisfied with the way childcare and other domestic responsibilities are shared. All in all, when it comes to parental leave, the most important thing to talk about is how the leave increases the well-being of families. Today, we focus especially on fatherhood, the experiences and needs of fathers, and the positive effects the family leave has on fathers. More than 90% of Nordic fathers want to have a close relationship with their children from birth. And more than 90% of fathers also think that one of the important roles of a father is to be strongly involved in childcare. Fathers in the Nordic countries are no different from fathers in most other countries. They all want to be with their kids. But in the Nordic countries, we have more chances. The Nordic countries offer the most generous leave schemes for parents in the world. And they also take longer leave than parents in most other countries. And they want more. Both fathers and mothers in all of the Nordic countries say they want longer leave. Well, who wouldn't? As you probably know, there are many benefits for fathers on taking family leave. Above all, family leave increases the possibility of creating an ever deeper and more lasting relationship with their own children. And the more a father is involved in the lives of his children from the beginning, the more he is involved as they grow. Taking family leave usually increases father's satisfaction with his fatherhood, relationship, and life in general. Those who, for one reason or another, do not have the chance to take family leave are more likely to express their dissatisfaction with the situation. It is also important to note that when fathers are older and they are asked what they would change in their lives, most often they say that they would have spent more time with the kids. Well, the report on the state of the Nordic fathers does not deal with the most serious social problem in Nordic society, the large number of divorces. And the divorces mostly happen when the children are small. That phase can be quite stressful in northern countries. Babies need attention all the time, and at the same time, both mothers and fathers have their work careers to think about. Too many times, the stress leads to problems in relationship and even to divorce. Nowadays, both parents want equally to take care of the kids also after divorce, and although many can cope with the situation quite well, there can be hurtful fights about the custody matters and such. Especially fathers fear that divorce is a threat to their parenthood. The more both parents take family leave, the better they can support each other and cope with the stressful phase together. This helps to make the relationship stronger to meet both crises and everyday life. And the more fathers take family leave, the easier it is for them to make satisfying deals of shared parenthood after divorce. Well, Nordic fathers and employers think it is good for fathers to take family leave, but they may not share their thoughts enough with each other. So, some fathers imagine that other fathers or employers do not support fathers to take family leave. Therefore, it is important that both fathers and employers speak out that they think it's a good thing to take family leave. Fathers who have taken family leave also say that taking the leave had a positive effect on their working life. And taking it has not made career development more difficult. The more family leave is earmarked for fathers, the more they take it. And they take it even more if it's possible to take it in several parts until the children go to school, or even further. Nordic fathers take from 10 to 30% of the leave available. It can happen that 30-35% is the level what the Nordic family leave model can achieve. Partly that possibility has something to do with gender-specific qualities. But I think it's mainly because of the wholeness of domestic responsibilities. Families know that sharing childcare is one part of the adult responsibilities within families. There is a significant amount of other things that are important to take care of and share as well. It's not necessary, I think, to divide all the tasks 50-50, as long as the overall ratio is satisfactory. The main thing is that every family finds their own satisfying way of sharing domestic responsibilities and family leave. But even if the 30-35% used by fathers stays as the reachable level, only a couple of the Nordic countries have made it, not to mention other countries. The parenthood of a man is in most ways quite the same as that of a woman. Studies say that the presence of the father increases the well-being of the children in all levels, not only because it's good that there are more than one to take care of parenthood, but also because he is a man. By their father, children gain valuable experience of what manhood is. It's significant that a boy or a girl can mirror him or herself to a parent of the same and different sex. It's also often so that if a child has no or only vague contact with a male parent, it affects the child's attitude towards men. Unnecessary fear or uncertainty may arise. Many children miss a male parent if one does not exist in the family. That is why we have organization-based activities in Finland where volunteer men act as kind of a father figure in families without a father. Love, communication, and mutual respect between mothers and fathers are the keys to good parenting. And that ground is well supported when men talk to each other about what it is like to be a father in general, how they have taken family leave, and how it has affected family and working life. In this way, they can focus for a moment only on their own parenting paternity. As fatherhood develops within the fathers themselves, it becomes more stable and supports better the relationship with the mother. Finally, I would like to highlight the most important observation I have made in my career. In general, in their hearts and souls, people are good and want good for each other. Therefore, mothers and fathers are good and want good for each other. This goodness is the key to safety and trust. It's worth relying on this goodness and laying the foundation for all social work to support families on this goodness, including the development of a family leave system. Hope you all enjoy today's program. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you, Minister Blomqvist. Thank you, Tommy from the association. I think we have 2 minutes before the next presentation. If anyone has anything to ask, now it's the time. And for asking, we need those microphones. Tommy, käyt sä vaikka kysäseen?
Oh yes, I will.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, no questions. So we'll continue with our conference. And next we are going to have a statistic overview of father's family leave in the Nordic countries from Professor Ingolfur Gislason. Ingolfur Gislason is a professor of sociology at the University of Iceland. He was born in 1956. He's married and he has 3 children and 5 grandchildren. In his research, Ingolfur has mainly focused on gender relations, particularly masculinities and parental leave, and has published a number of articles and books on the subject. So, Ingolfur, welcome online.
inviting me to this conference. This is a subject that I think is very important indeed. So the task that I was given was to provide you with information on the situation in the Nordic countries when it comes to parental leave. Sorry, something went wrong, so my speaker was on. Okay, for this I have 25 minutes, which makes it an impossible task. The overall situation in the Nordic countries is a jungle in all aspects of parental leave, regarding length of leave, the level of compensation, and the statistics that one is able to get. Is it really meaningful to compare use by fathers who have 8 years to use their leave and those who have to use it within 1 or 2 years? Is it meaningful to compare countries where the father and the mother can be at home together for all the parental leave to those where they only have a couple of weeks that can be taken together with economic compensation? And is it meaningful to compare usage where there is great flexibility so that parents can take a few days here and there, or combine leave with work with leave where there is no flexibility? And finally, is it meaningful to compare statistics based on surveys and statistics accumulated by official administrators of the system? So a strict comparison between the Nordic countries is severely difficult and impossible in a short presentation. And the most I can do is to give you a rough sketch of the situation in each country and then try to summarize the main results. Now, the Nordic countries have for decades cooperated closely in many areas, one of which is family policy. And historically, their cooperation in that area has been one of the cornerstones of relatively good situation regarding gender equality. The latest development in this area are attempts to increase the possibilities of fathers to participate in the care of their children. And generally speaking, the Nordic countries have aimed at a family model that can be characterized as a dual earner, dual carer model. That is, that both fathers and mothers participate in the labor market and both participate in care work within the family. Originally, parental leave was introduced in order to protect the health of mothers and babies, and this aspect has been very successful. But in the 60s and 70s, it became increasingly clear that parental leave that was only used by women had detrimental effects on women's possibilities in the labor market. The solution became to make it easier for fathers to make use of the leave. And although this policy was mainly based on concern regarding gender equality, studies have shown several other positive effects. Paternity leave certainly increases the participation of fathers in care, not only during the leave, but forever after. And this is beneficial for children's emotional and cognitive development. It also means increased trust and stronger bonds between children and their fathers. It seems to have a very positive effect on men's health, and it increases harmony in families and reduces divorces. As for gender equality in general, and particularly in the labor market, then results of different studies have been mixed, partly because it is very difficult to isolate effects from changed parental leave from effects from other changes. So if we now turn to the individual countries and look first to Denmark, then the situation there has been a bit different from the other Nordic countries, in that a father's quota that was introduced in 1998 was abolished in 2001. So Denmark has been the only Nordic country without a father's quota. However, widespread collective agreements provide fathers with up to 8 weeks of non-transferable leave. And the 2019 EU Directive on Leave will introduce 2 months of non-transferable leave for Danish fathers. But there is in Denmark the 2 weeks of paternity leave and then a parental leave of 32 weeks per family that can, however, be extended to 46 weeks. Economic compensation depends very much on collective agreements, but can be as high as 100% of salary. Around 65% of fathers use some parental leave and generally use between 32 to 40 days, although it has to be stated here that there is no overall statistics on the use, partly because so much depends on the collective agreement. But research has shown that there has been a slow increase in the usage by fathers over time. Turning now to Finland, the non-transferable period was introduced in 2003 and is now 9 weeks with 70% of salary, while collective agreements supplement this for most families. The father can use up to 18 days of his leave, while the mother is also on leave. Undividable parental leave is 158 days. 75% of fathers use paternity leave, 6% some of the parental leave. And they use on average 15 days of the paternity leave, and those who use some of the parental leave use around 58 days on average. And as in the other Nordic countries, there has been a slow increase in uptake by fathers. Turning now to Iceland, then a non-transferable period was introduced in steps from 2001, and fathers have had 3 months that only they could use from the year 2003. The economic compensation is 80% of salary with a ceiling. Now the law was changed in 2020, the leave extended from 9 to 12 months, and each parent has the right to 6 months, though each can transfer up to 6 weeks to the other. This leave can be extended to 24 months to a similar reduction in compensation. 85 to 90% of fathers use their right and now take on average 92 days. And these figures are from 2019. We still don't have figures for the situation after the change in 2020, since, as I mentioned before, parents have 24 months to make use of their rights. Now we move to Norway, which was the first country to introduce a non-transferable period, father's quota, and did so already in 1993. They have a paternity leave which does not infringe on other leave possibilities. It is 2 weeks long, but economic compensation depends on collective agreements. As for parental leave, parents can choose between taking 49 weeks on 100% of salary or 59 weeks with 80% of salary. The non-transferable period for each parent, the quota, is 15 or 19 weeks, depending on level of compensation. Around 90% of fathers make use of their right, and 70% use exactly the number of days only they can use. The length of the quota in Norway has moved a bit up and down, but their experience is that no matter how short or long the leave is, fathers use on average exactly the number of days only they can use. And finally, Sweden, where non-transferable periods were introduced in 1995. This quota has been extended over time, and now each parent has 90 non-transferable days. Parental leave generally is 240 days for each parent. Compensation is around 78% with a ceiling, but only for 190 days of those 240. The rest is compensated at a low flat rate benefit. Now, for several reasons, it is notoriously difficult to estimate both uptake and the number of days used by Swedish fathers. But, as in the other Nordic countries, there has been a slow increase in the usage by fathers, as well as an increase in the number of parents that share parental leave equally. So, for example, for children born in 2017, 18.4% of couples equally shared leave used during the child's first 24 months. There have been a number of studies on the social characteristics of those who use and those who don't use parental leave. The results are not exactly the same in all areas, but we can summarize it so that well-educated parents are the ones that share most equally, which means that there is a shorter leave for mothers and longer leave for fathers than the average use. Similarly, those fathers who are well established in the labor market are likely to use long leave. Fathers least likely to use a quota are fathers with long working hours, those in managerial positions, and those with a partner who works part-time. And finally, highly competitive work, such as in parts of the finance sector, reduces likelihood of using leave, and if taken, it is usually short and in periods. But to summarize and illustrate what I think is the general experience of parental leave and the use by fathers, I want to show you two slides on the development in Iceland. First, the percentage of fathers using leave. Now, prior to 1998, there was no father's quota, no reserved period for fathers, but they could use a part of the then 3 months long parental leave. Around 0.3% did. In 1998, they got 2 weeks that only they could use, but to a very low economic compensation. Around a third made use of it. Then the revolutionary change came in 2000, and overnight the use rose to over 80% and was around 90% right up to the financial crisis in 2008. That crisis led to severe austerity measures, one of which was a drastic lowering of the ceiling on economic compensation. The usage by fathers dropped to 80%. But now the ceiling has been slowly rising again, and we are up to almost 90% of fathers using their right. And if we look at the number of days used by fathers and mothers in Iceland, we see that fathers use the days that only they could use right up to the austerity measures, when usage dropped from 101 days to 86. But it has slowly been crawling back with the increase in economic compensation and was up to 92 days in 2019 which is the last year that we have final figures for. Mothers, on the other hand, use the period that only they can use, as well as the shareable period. And this is something that is general for most or all countries in the world with a parental leave. A period that is shareable becomes a period for the mother. So to conclude, the lessons are: non-transferable periods are essential if fathers are to take a substantial period of the parental leave. Even though there has been an increase in the number of days that fathers use of the shareable periods in the Nordic countries, that is a very slow increase, and generally shareable periods are used by mothers. It has been debated whether parents should be allowed to be at home together during parental leave and both receive economic compensation. Many have argued that from the point of gender equality, this is bad, as fathers tend to be little more than mother's assistant. That is very possible, but allowing parents to be at home together clearly has positive effects on take-up by fathers. And I think that many of the positive effects of paternity leave are retained, even though the father is not as independent as if he was at home with the child and without the mother telling him what to do. Thirdly, economic compensation has to be so high that family economy is not in jeopardy if the father takes leave. And as is obvious from the Icelandic experience, when economic compensation is cut, it means that fewer fathers take leave and they take fewer days. And finally, it is important that laws and regulations regarding parental leave are simple and easy to understand. So thank you very much for your attention. Laws and regulations.
Thank you, Professor Gislason. I hope you can hear us and maybe join the discussion afterwards we are going to have. But next comments are from Nordic NGOs. And first, it's Mats Hertzberg from Föreningen Vårdnad Boende Umgänge i Sverige, VBO for short. It's an organization working for the right of the child to both its parents and his or her whole family network. They do this by influencing public opinion, politicians and lawmakers. They also have support activities for parents, grandparents and other significant persons for the child. Mats, whose professional background is in finance, has been an active member for about 10 years and a chairman for the past few. Welcome, Mats.
Thank you, Antti, and thank you, Timo. And thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm very impressed by the surroundings. I'm also very impressed and pleased to see the minister doing the opening speech. I think that really shows that there is some hope for the future. If you have a long name, ours is even longer, and I noticed that you had some, if not, you had a struggle keeping up with it. It's Vårdnad Boende Umgänge, and Vårdnad is of course custody, and Boende is residency, and Umgänge is visitation. And we chose the name despite the fact that it's so long, because we want to make it searchable on the net. So when people go out on the net and search when they are thinking about these issues, these are the key words that they type in. So that's why we chose the name. We want to get high up in the lists, of course. I'm supposed to talk or just mention a few facts about the Swedish parental leave, and some of the things have already been mentioned here, but I'll run through some of them again. The Swedish föräldraförsäkring, which is a parental leave, was introduced in 1974. So it's been around for 50 years. Before that, there was no paid leave to stay home with your children. You were supposed to arrange that in another way. So, I mean, 50 years is it's a fairly long time, but it's not that long a time, really. In the first year, in 1974, fathers took less than 1% of this leave. And now, of course, today the situation is very different. The total is 480 days in Sweden. I think that's by far a world record and something that we should be extremely pleased about, of course. And that's 240 days then to each parent. It's at approximately 80% of income, as we saw here earlier. There's a minimum for 90 days, which is very low. Also, there are lots of supplementary agreements between the employer and the employee. But the base is, one could say, 80% of income. One important fact is also that it can be taken until the child is 12, so that the child is fair. You have a very long period during which you can choose to take this parental leave, and I think that's an important factor. One parent can transfer his or her days to the other person, but for 90 days. So, for example, then, if we think about fathers, a father is guaranteed 90 days. If the father doesn't choose to take those, the mother can't take them. So there's a 90-day minimum. And as was already mentioned here earlier, in 2021, fathers took about 30% of the parental leave days. That's a fairly high number, but I think the really important thing to stress here is that if you combine the number of 30% with the total number of days, 480, that means that Swedish fathers probably stay at home and take care of their children more than any other fathers in the world, because it's a relatively high percentage for a very high number of days. And this is, of course, very good. Now, there is one issue perhaps which is a little bit difficult, and that is that parental leave can only be taken by a custodian. So if you don't have custody of the child, you can't take parental leave. Now, obviously, there are situations where you shouldn't have custody and you shouldn't have any parental leave. But I do think that this is very discriminatory, as a matter of fact, and this is something that should be addressed. Now, another thing, that thing isn't counting down, by the way. So now it still says 7 minutes. So I take that for granted then that I still have 7 minutes. No, but another factor and that has not been mentioned here today, and that is then what we call, in Sweden, what we call vab. That is when you stay home with a sick child. And here there are some very interesting numbers also. You can stay at home with a sick child, and this is either parent, so this is non-discriminatory, and you can stay up all of a sudden for 55. Now, you can stay at home for 120 days a year to take care of a sick child. And this, of course, has to do with the demographics and the fact that both parents work, so somebody has to stay at home. Now, and this is also at roughly 80% of income with a gap, which is often supplemented by employers. But here comes the interesting fact, and that is that men took 40% of these days in, and this is in 2021. So when your child is sick, the father, assumes then that it is the father, takes 40%. That's a relatively high number, really. And I think that this is very, very good, because it really does mean, doesn't it, that both parents, or in this case the father, is involved in caring for the child, with all the positive benefits that we know that has. And I really believe that this has been a huge, huge driver for equality between the parents, or between sexes, if you like. The fact that the fathers then stay at home for so long and so often to take care of the children. Now, if we then look at going forward, the absolutely most important thing, I think, is to increase the number of days or the part of the parental leave that can only be taken by one parent. And I am, of course, talking about the father. Because it isn't going to happen if it's going to be all voluntary. Now, you can do this. There are different ways of doing it. You could stipulate that it is 240 days for the mother and 240 days for the father, non-negotiable. You can do that, or you can do, I think it was mentioned up here, as a 3-3-3 system. That is that 1/3 is for the mother, 1/3 is for the father, and 1/3 can then be decided by the parents. And maybe that's a good system too. What I think it should be, then, that in this case with the 3-3-3 system, if the parents cannot agree, it's automatically split. Because otherwise it does give rise to a lot of negotiation, if you like, and potential conflict between the parents. So that's very important. I think that would be the next big step. Obviously, there are other adjustments needed also in this whole system. Today, the families, I think the minister mentioned that, the families look very, very different. There are all sorts of families. And the lawmaker, in this case, has had difficulty in keeping up with all these new fathers and new mothers and new partners. And it's really, sometimes it really does get a very gray area. Who is actually taking care of this child? And one does, of course, have the right of the child to the biological parent, and perhaps also the right of the parent to the child. One has that, but then also one enters into things like, but the person that's actually the carer for the child, isn't it this person that should also have the benefits? And these are some very, very difficult issues, because they are very complicated, and you have conflicting interests when you start to decide this. If I want to summarize all this, I'd really like to say that shared parenting, the concept of shared parenting, is what it's all about. And this is what we should strive for in Sweden and in the Nordic countries. And shared parenting, of course, means also shared custody, and it means roughly 50-50 residency arrangements and so on. Because we now have so many studies showing that shared parenting is beneficial to all, not only to the child, not only to the father, but, as we saw at a similar conference like this in Oslo some time ago, it's actually also beneficial for the parent that's giving up time with the children. The happiest mothers were those that had a 50-50 arrangement with the father. So shared parenting in general only has benefits, and that's why we should go for shared parenting as default, shared parenting as a norm. Maybe we'll have a chance to come back to some of these issues later today, but this is what I had to say for now. So thank you, Antti.
And our next commentary speech is to be given by Heimir Hilmarsson, board member of Equal Parenting Iceland. And in your own language, the association's name is Foreldrajafrätti. Quite close, isn't it? Heimir has been a board member of Equal Parenting Iceland since 2004 and served as a chairman for 3 periods with short breaks between 2010 and 2019. Equal Parenting Iceland was founded in 1979 under the name of Union of Responsible Fathers, Félag Ábyrgra Feðra. Heimir is a social worker and worked in child protection services until 2020. Then he had to retire because of health issues. Heimir is a father of 5 children and a grandfather of 1. Welcome, Heimir.
Thank you, Antti, for inviting me, and good to be here. Our organization, Equal Parenting Iceland, Foreldrajafrætti, it was very good for you. You almost got it. It was actually founded in 1997. I spelled it incorrectly when I sent it to you. It was in 1997 as a Union of Responsible Fathers, Ábyrgir Feður. This is probably the same year as when an Icelandic father went to court demanding a parental leave from the state. In 1998, the Supreme Court in Iceland ruled that the state had a duty to grant fathers the same right to parental leave as mothers. Even though this ruling is a factor in the legislation of separated parental leave for each parent, I don't think the legislation on paternity leave was thought of as a father's right. When paternity leave was first introduced in Iceland in 2000, the 2 goals were clear: to ensure the child's togetherness with both father and mother, and to enable both women and men to reconcile family and work life. These 2 goals are clear and they cannot be separated. We are talking about the children's right to be cared for by both parents and the woman's right for equal payment on the labor market. The challenge was how do we get fathers to take on the upbringing of children and household responsibilities. This is still the challenge, even though we know what is needed. Fathers are ready to participate if it doesn't hurt the financial situation of the family. And mothers are willing to allow them to if the paternity leave is non-transferable. And we also know what happens if fathers take as much parental leave as mothers. If mothers are less burdened of upbringing of children and household responsibilities, they will have more opportunities on the labor market. When talking about separated parental leave for each parent, it could be quite useful to consider why do children naturally have 2 parents. 2 years ago, my 5 children faced the reality that one of their parents was diagnosed with a life-threatening illness. Having a parent with a life-threatening illness is a great burden on any child. It is probably no coincidence that children naturally have 2 parents. Children need parents for a very long time, and many unforeseen things can happen during that time. Children need more than food, clothing, and housing to survive. They need to feel safe and have a secure relationship with their parents. Children form a secure bond with their parents when parents are present and meeting their needs in daily life. Child support payments from an absent parent can never replace the presence and care of a parent. The first years of a child's life are very important for a child to form these secure attachments that they will benefit from for the rest of their lives. Having a secure attachment with two parents can be compared with a boat having two harbor ropes securing it to a harbor. Nobody would leave a boat in a harbor with only one rope. I can just imagine the strain on children who face the fact that their only safe harbor is in mortal danger. For children, having a secure attachment with two parents can be crucial for their emotional security. And money spent on children's emotional security is money wisely spent. Strong children become strong adults paying back to the society. The paternity leave is probably one of the biggest steps in the Icelandic legislation to ensure children the care of both parents from early age. It came to a surprise to the Icelandic government how prepared fathers were to take on the role assigned to them by the institution of the special paternity leave in 2001. We can assume that the paternity leave alone is a big factor in a changed attitude towards shared parenting today. Shared parenting, when parents do not live together, is considered much more acceptable today than before parental leave in 2001. Shared parenting after divorce is even the obvious choice today. This is happening even though the Icelandic legislation on children and parents who do not live together doesn't really favor shared parenting. The paternity leave is also probably one of the biggest steps taken to increase gender equality when it comes to integrating family and work life. It is undisputed that the paternity leave has led to more participation of fathers in the care of their children, and this gives women more space to reconcile family and work life. It was interesting to see how much the gender pay gap decreased during the years when paternity leave was implemented from 2001 to 2003. When parents are not living together, they're divided into completely different categories, A and B parents, where B parents have limited rights to influence the upbringing of the children. They have limited rights to support the children directly. They are obliged to financially support another household. At the same time, their own household is not recognized as a household with children, and they are not recognized as parents in public information. Children born outside of marriage or cohabitation are just as precious and valuable as other children. We shouldn't discriminate them by excluding one of their parents. In Iceland, we had very degrading names to identify those children born outside of marriage. Today, 1/3 of all children are born outside of marriage and cohabitation in Iceland. These children are still degraded by law. They are born into sole custody of their mother, cutting the father out without any reason at all, because their parents don't live together. In Norway, on the other hand, children have two legal guardians. In Norway, on the other hand, children are born into joint custody, regardless of the living arrangement of their parents. Children should have two legal guardians if possible. Two legal custodial parents if possible. No parent should be regarded as non-custodial parent without a valid reason. And such valid reasons can be found in severe child protection cases. The parent's right to parental leave depends on the child's custody in Iceland as in Sweden. Nevertheless, non-custodial parents are able to take parental leave, but that depend on the consent of the custodial parent and a parenting time arrangement agreement. Most non-residential parents of children younger than 2 years old don't have joint custody, simply because they were not living with the mother when the child was born. Their right to parental leave depends on the consent of the custodial parent about parenting time during the leave period, or a conclusion of a lawful authority about parenting time. And it is a long process to have a lawful authority to take a decision about parenting time, and therefore non-custodial parents are dependent completely on the consent of the custodial parent. As good as the legislation about parental leave is in Iceland, we need to give all children two equal guardians at birth, two equal custodial parents at birth, regardless of the parents' living arrangements. And that's what I had to say for now. Thank you.
Okay. Now we have like 2 minutes before the break. If there are any comments or questions in the chat, are there any? No, not yet. Good. Okay, good. Good to hear. And from here, has anyone anything to comment or say? Want to say? For Ingolfur, for Mats, for Heimir? Well, then I say something. I think how the Ingolfur started his presentation was really interesting, how to compare, even though we think this is quite the same system, but there are really big differences between the parental leave systems in Sweden and Finland and Iceland and Norway and Denmark. Like how to compare who's the best, or how to make sure that why are men using so little, or why are they using so many days? It's really hard, but maybe today we can find some reason for that and some explanations. But yes, let's go for the break and we'll continue 11:30. Thank you. Sä ootkin jo täällä. Otetaan täältä oikea paikka. Tää tulee koko ajan kameralle. Okay. Should we continue and welcome back, everyone? The next subject is Finland's parental leave reform in Nordic comparison. What's in it for fathers? And presented by Johanna Lammitaskula, who is a sociologist and a research manager at the Finnish Institute for Health and Welfare. Her research focuses on family policies, work-family reconciliation, gender equality, and well-being of families with children. Father's childcare and leave take-up is one of her favorite topics. She is member of the coordination team of the International Leave Policies and Research Network, covering more than 40 countries around the world. Dr. Lammitaskula has been active in several Nordic research projects on parental leave. Together with colleagues, she has just published an overview report on young parents' parental leave use in the Nordic countries. Welcome, Johanna.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. And I should add, as everybody has mentioned how many children they have. I have 2 sons, and soon I'm going to be a grandmother for a little boy in maybe 1 week. I'm going to talk about the current parental leave reform in Finland that is going to come into force in August, as we heard, and look a little bit about the other Nordic countries as well, although you already heard quite a lot of information about the other countries as well, but a small comparison still you're going to get. About 1 year ago, the Finnish parental leave reform raised interest in the international media. I'm not sure if you happened to see all these news. Maybe it was more in the English-speaking world, but the fact that finally we are going to equalize parental leave, each parent is going to have same length quota. That was one of the points. This was seen as dad's winning in Finland, and also the fact that it was a women-led government, and not only women, but relatively young women who were mothers of young children themselves, who presented this reform. There had been a long struggle to get to this point, maybe 3 decades of various researchers, civil servants, politicians trying to produce data and arguments for achieving better gender equality, and of course also equality between children, well-being of families. And in the 90s, we looked at our Nordic neighbors, especially Sweden, of course, which is also always the big brother that we look at, and try to get some good practices from Sweden, but also Norway as a forerunner in the area of creating father's quota for parental leave. But it was not easy to achieve a father's quota in Finland. We had first 2003 this 2+2 model, where the 2 weeks were kind of a bonus that were given to the father if he took 2 weeks of the shareable leave. And then slowly, with very incremental small changes, the quota became a little bit longer. Finally, it was 2 + 4 weeks. And then there was a relatively important reform in 2013 when this Father's Month, as it was called, and the old-fashioned paternity leave, which was 3 weeks taken when the child was born, together with the mother at home. This was merged into 9 weeks of paternity leave. So there's been changes, and as Ingolfur said, it's difficult to compare with different countries because the names keep changing, the system keeps having all these different parts which make it a little bit complicated. So there was an attempt to create a more simple system and also a more profound leave reform for a very long time, because we saw that this quota that we had for fathers was not long enough in Nordic comparison, and also not long enough to achieve the goals that we had for the system. And there was a try with the previous government to introduce a parental leave reform, but it failed. So it shows that it's not easy, it's a real struggle. There are so many tensions related to these policies. At that point, it was about public economy, it was about the employment effects, and also to some extent, that government not wanting to take away from mothers. So even if everybody was thinking, let's give fathers some more, a longer quota, but do not take away from mothers. Okay, but now the step was taken, and the reform has been passed in the parliament as well. So the aims of this reform are very familiar from the 3 decades of struggling towards reforming parental leave, to create more gender equality in parenting and in working life. So often we acknowledge and we know that the traditional leave model is not good for women's position in the labor market, and in that sense it harms gender equality. But also it harms the position of fathers in the family. So the aim was to have better reconciliation of work and family life for both parents, to have more flexibility and choice, to take into account different situations and families, to achieve a higher level of well-being in families with young children. Also, an important part of well-being being family economy. And what has maybe been even a more pronounced aim in this reform is the equality between children who live in different kinds of families, be it single-parent family, adoptive family, same-sex family, or any family. So all children should have the same possibilities for their parents to take leave and spend time with them. So what is going to change soon, in a couple of months? We are giving up the gendered terminology of maternity leave, paternity leave, and parental leave. So we're going to use gender-neutral terminology and only talk about parental leave in this reform. So that makes it more simple in a way, but not an easy thing to achieve. We're going to have a longer period with income-related benefit, which is good for family economy. So at the moment, the better paid period is about 10 months after the birth of the child, and it's going to be about 13 months long. So 3 more well-paid months in average. I'm not going into details why the exact number of months is a little bit difficult. And we're going to have symmetric quotas for each parent, which is about 6.5 months. So that's the basic kind of model. But 2.5 months can be transferred to the other parent, the other parent's spouse or the other guardian. So the genuine father's quota is going to be about 4 months long. At the moment, it is 9 weeks, so it's considerably longer. There's going to be more flexibility in the timing of leave. At the moment, fathers can take leave until the child is 2 years old, but not mothers. So in the new system, also mothers can use leave until the child is 2 years. So there's more possibilities to change who is taking leave and when it suits the family better. There's also more flexibility in how leave can be divided in many parts. At the moment, there's only two periods per parent. So each parent can take 2 periods of parental leave. And in the new system, there's unlimited number of benefit periods, but not unlimited number of leave periods, because leave needs to be negotiated with the employer. Of course, it's not easy for the employer if someone keeps going in and out of leave all the time. So there's more flexibility in when the benefit is taken, but not so much when the leave is taken, but there is more flexibility than before. The part-time leave is more achievable or more easy to take now, because before and still at the moment, if someone wants to take part-time parental leave, both parents need to take it simultaneously. So if the father would like to have part-time leave, but the mother is not taking part-time parental leave, it's not possible. But in the future, it's going to be possible, and you can save half days. So you can use only half a day and save the other half for later and use it then until the child is 2 years old. So here is a picture to maybe clarify. I don't know if this makes it any more clear for you, what the old and new scheme looks like. And one more thing, when you count days, 6 days in Finland is 1 week. And 25 days is 1 month of leave. So if you compare countries, you need to also take this into account. Anyway, I have used the traditional colors, red for mothers and blue for fathers and green to be leave to be shared. And then the yellow one is the care leave with a flat rate home care allowance, so it's not income related, it's a much lower benefit. And that has not been changed or touched in this reform. So we still have the possibility to choose between home care and a place in public daycare until the child is 3 years old. And the only gendered part of the new scheme is the pregnancy leave, which comes instead of maternity leave. So it can only be taken by someone who is pregnant. But otherwise, there's one parent and there is the other parent. I have named them parent A and B in this picture, and you can see how part of the parental leave can be transferred from parent A to parent B or vice versa. Okay, and please ask if you want to clarify something. I know this is still quite complicated. How can the new scheme be used in the future? There are many possibilities. So there's the upper picture is in principle. So there is one parent taking 6.5 months, the other parent taking 6.5 months, and then there is this care leave with the home care allowance. But they can, as I said, they can take in many parts, so they can also alterate, so the mother can take, like they do now, a long period of her own part and the transferred part from the father. Then the father maybe takes his part, then there can be a period of home care allowance, and then again the father still has time to take his leave, but also the mother has time to take her leave later. So these are just two examples of how they can use the leave, and there are so many different ways, of course. But just to show that it's more flexible now. Okay. So when we compare with the other Nordic countries, so in the picture we have the old system and the new system and the other Nordic countries, and they keep changing all the time. So each year I have to draw this picture again, because always some countries making some changes, getting new schemes. But still Finland and Norway have the longest period of childcare related leave, but part of it is unpaid or with a very low flat rate benefit. But if we look at the bright colors in these columns, the bright colors are the periods when there is a good well-paid benefit. And there is maybe less variation. There is some variation. As we heard in Denmark, there is no father's quota, so the blue part of the column is missing from Denmark. There is a very small yellow paternity leave, still the 2 weeks in some countries. But if you look at the blue part, now Finland has come almost to the same length of father's quota as Iceland, Sweden and Norway. But Iceland is still leading. It's still number 1. So they have the longest father's quota, but also relatively long mother's quota in Finland and Iceland. So, and the benefit level, maybe I should mention that also. We heard that in the Nordic countries, 80% of previous income is quite a typical benefit level. But in Finland, it is lower. It's about 70%. And another difference between Finland and the other Nordic countries is that even if the other countries have a higher benefit, but they have a ceiling to the benefit. So if someone really has a high income, and they would have a very high benefit also, there's a ceiling which cuts the benefit at a certain level. And as Ingolfur Gislason mentioned, that in times of economic recession, this ceiling can be lowered to save money by the state. And then when they can afford better benefits, they can get a higher ceiling again and pay also those with high income can get a little bit higher benefits. But in Finland, we don't have a ceiling. So if you're a rich parent in Finland, you can have a really high benefit, even if it's not 80 but 70%, but still no ceiling. So which is better? I'm not sure. But we heard that the economic compensation and the benefit is very important when fathers consider if they should take leave and how long leave they should take. I would say that the new parental leave scheme in Finland is more Nordic than before. It encourages parents to share leave more equally, even if part of the leave is transferable. But it's still the non-transferable father's quota is considerably longer than before. It allows more flexibility in the take-up, in timing, in taking several blocks, taking part-time. So this may also make it more possible for parents to share leave. It provides better support for family economy. This is quite an important aspect as well, because the leave with the income-related benefit is longer, and it takes better into account family diversity. So it secures the equality between children in different kinds of families, which is, I would say, also a Nordic feature. So what's in it for fathers? Let's go through this one more time. Longer father's quota. What kind of effects do we expect to see? Well, of course, this is a symbolic thing. It sends a message that fathers have equal care responsibilities, that fathers are equally important parents, they are equally capable carers for their children. So we should not overlook this symbolic message. It also, in practice, supports fathers' leave possibilities, especially at the workplace, because it's a message also for the employers. Look, these guys have a statutory right to take leave. You can't say no, basically. And it's easier for the father also to negotiate with the employer, because they can refer to these rights, leave rights. Of course, as we have heard, taking a longer leave strengthens the father-child relationship, increases father's happiness, increases marital satisfaction between the couple. Both mothers and fathers are happier to maybe some different aspects of their relationship, but still. And hopefully this may prevent tensions and separations that are so often related to the unequal division of labor between parents in family life. Yes. So, and in this picture actually is my father, who's going to be a great-grandfather soon. So, thank you very much for your attention. There is, if you want more information about the Finnish parental leave reform, there's the net address and also a link to the leave policies network page, which provides you, where you can find information about leave policies in 47 different countries, and also about information about how leave is taken and research that is done around parental leave policies, if you want more information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Johanna. And as you know, we all want more information on this subject, so thanks for the links. Next, we're going to have a online, no, not online comment yet, but a comment from board member of the Central Association for Men's Organizations in Finland, Eppu Saarela, who is a project manager in aftercare of Child Protective Services, chairman of the association, and chairman of Men's Association of Greens in Finland. Yeah, welcome, Eppu.
Yeah. Thank you, Antti. It's weird to be like with the association, because there used to be association in Finland, and it has nothing to do with fathers and men. But be sure I'm not with the association. Yeah. But when I think of fatherhood, I tend to think like a sociologist. I confuse myself with the term itself, and then I start to babble about the phenomenon of social, biological, and psychological aspects. So my first instinct is to kind of distance myself from the subject of fatherhood, when in fact it should be something intimate and relatable. I'm about to become a father, and my thoughts dwell on the things that would make me a better father. That is simply, how can I spend as much time as possible with my child and create a lasting bond, a lasting emotional bond? As priorities go, nothing else compares to the time spent together. Finnish parental leave reform offers a step in the right direction. It creates more time and more opportunities to bond emotionally between father and the child. That means more hours changing diapers, playing games, reading, singing, and just being there. According to statistics, the infant years are important for future bonding between father and the child. The meaning of the father to a child and vice versa needs to be learned during the first years to have a lasting effect. even if the parents are separated. The presence of father in the family has many positive influence on children in many fields. These include better school achievement, better reading, writing, and math skills, less unemployment, lower risk of suicide, less drug use, less homelessness, less victimization by child abuse, sexual abuse, or domestic violence, less violent crime, less poverty, more trust towards other people, and better developed capability for empathy. The reform also offers opportunities for the parents to bond together and organize parenting more equally and divide responsibilities and resources according to the needs of the whole family. Families can share the parental leave internally in new ways and use other benefits and flexibilities with the parental leave. It will be easier to have parental leave in various time periods and multiple sections. Finnish families are diverse, and all good models of parental leave system has to take into account the varying financial opportunities and working life dynamics of parents. It has to make it economically, if not beneficial, then sufficient for the family to use the parental leave opportunities for their full length. Time spent between father and the child usually increases when the child grows older. It would be helpful to prolong the parental leave option until the child turns 7. Every parental leave system has its drawbacks, and with an universal model, it's always a balance between freedom and desired outcomes. Legal opportunities are never adequate for a change in a construct like fatherhood. We need the culture and the individual to adapt in order to make progress. Statistically, Finnish fathers are spending time with their children more than ever in Finnish history, and I believe that is a sign of ongoing cultural change in fatherhood. There must be a cultural space for different ways of being a father and a parent, but we also have to adapt desired values and practices in order to create better fatherhood. At some point, we have to move past the popular term in Finland, involved fatherhood, and just talk about fathers doing their thing. That is, committing to parenting and emotional bonding, just as parents do. In the future, that will help parents to divide roles or tasks more freely, and it articulates the core values of good parenting, and it will help fathers to move on to the practice of being a father. Thank you.
And the next comment comes from Jesper Lose, chairman of Danish Father Association. The Danish Father Association was founded in 1977 and is one of the largest children and father organizations in the world. The organization has nationwide free counseling centers, included in Greenland, phone counseling several days a week, and online counseling about all aspects about children and fathers. The organization has more than 100,000 online visitors per month and about 25,000 parents of both gender in shared parenting discussion groups with 24/7 self-assistances. Förening Far is providing politicians, ministries and media in Denmark with patterns and recommendations about children and fathers on a weekly basis, including new laws and paternity leave. Welcome, Jesper.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for this important event, and congratulations to Finland on the new reform. I'm sorry to Johan that you do need to change your slides a little bit again, because we are getting a new reform also in Denmark in August. It's part of the Council of Europe Resolution 2079 and the European Commission decision that all fathers in Europe should have at least 2 months of earmarked paternity leave by August 2022, the latest. We do, in our work, see more activities, research, legislation, events about shared parenting and positive father involvement today than we have seen ever before, not only in the Nordic countries, but also in Europe and on an international level. Paternity leave is probably one of the best investments we can make for children and our society. It creates love and care for children throughout their lives with both parents. It facilitates better parenting, shared parenting, positive father involvement, and also equal opportunities for all citizens and a truly free choice for men and women, boys and girls, in both work and family life. It is in line with the UN global goals towards 2030. If we want to create equal opportunities for women in work life, we do need also to create equal opportunities and new legislation for fathers in family life. If we don't, the children will be losers in modern society. That is not in the best interest of the child. The Nordic region is today the most gender equal region in daily life in society and also on paternity leave. However, not on family forms and legislation in general. Almost 5 US states and Belgium has implemented equal parenting time as the basic assumption today by law. Almost half of the states in the US are about to make this type of legislation. So the Nordic region is on some issues ahead in society, but on legal reforms, we are not only the first mover. That said, paternity leave is one of 10 important areas in which we can change our behavior and legislation to be in line with modern society, with open information, transparency, freedom of choice, children's good health, as well as the UN global goals towards 2030. For all of us fathers that has had 3, 6, or 9 months of paternity leave, we know that it's one of the greatest, most rewarding, funniest, sometimes hardest things or times in our lives. We know that later in life we will have we have experienced the same love and caring bond of our children as we normally consider it to be between mothers and child. That is positive for society, it's positive for the children, and it's positive for the mothers, and it's definitely also a great thing for fathers. In Denmark, we have also, as in Finland, just decided on a new paternity legislation, giving both parents 50% legal rights to paternity leave. There will be, from August the 2nd, as part of the European Commission decision on paternity leave, 11 weeks for both parents, also the fathers that will be earmarked, and 13 weeks that the parent can give to the other parent, but each parent will have a 50% legal right, 24 weeks in total. We are looking very much forward, of course, to this legislation starting. The reforms looks great in the Nordic countries, but one of the things and challenges we need to be aware of in legislation is that it has today to work in all family forms. We still see challenges between fathers living in traditional family forms and in two-home families. That's some of the issues we need politicians and ministries to make sure that they are in line with the basic human rights. Paternity leave needs to work for all parents in all family forms. In the Danish Father Association, we have asked 2,000 fathers about paternity leave and their experiences and challenges. The free choice, legal rights, and family economics are the priority causes of the paternity leave period. The best thing about paternity leave is the love and relation between the father and child that will last throughout the life. More than 70% of the fathers today state that they would like a longer period. The earmarked paternity leave and legal rights is the main issue. More than 70% of the parents state that they do not receive the same public information about the child. Nearly 50% of the fathers state that they also lack family and father groups for their children. So those two aspects, public information and father groups, is definitely something we need to handle when we introduce paternity leave legislation. 20% of the fathers in our surveys stated that they actually have a longer leave period, but that was not registered. They simply paid it themselves. I'm also very much looking forward to working with the Nordic organizations that you heard today, because we are about to launch a new survey on Nordic fathers with approximately 5,000 Nordic fathers about shared parenting, positive father involvement, and also paternity leave. So in general, everyone works ahead, and we are very confident and positive about the future development. So looking ahead, what can we experience? In the Nordic and international countries, we will see a baby boost from August 2022. We will see more fathers than ever before walking around with their children, and that will be an enjoyable thing to see. I personally look forward to this, having 6 months of self-paid paternity leave 10 years ago myself. I know that is the benefit, and the benefit is a closer, more loving and caring, positive relationship between father and a child. It's a benefit of the child, the mother, the father, the family, and the society. So it's important that this is an important step, paternity leave, also on the way to the UN global goals in 2030. There's no question that the Nordic region can and should go ahead on this development, as we even did on the United Nations after Second World War, not at least in today's global society. So to conclude, there's no question in our minds that paternity leave is in the best interest of the child and the society. Thank you very much, and congratulations to Finland.
Thank you, Jesper. Thank you, Eppu. And thank you, Johanna. If there are any questions, comments now in the chat. Okay. Starts feeling like I'm hosting some kind of gobbling program from old TV. Any comments from the chat? Okay. Any comments? Okay. There's the first one.
Maybe a stupid question, but how does paternity leave interacts with visitation rights and custody? I'm asking because I have experience from Sweden where you could have parental leave but not have visitation rights.
Okay. Who wants to answer? I can't answer this question. Does Johanna has anything to say to this? I guess it wasn't a stupid question, it was too hard a question.
In Iceland, it is if you are a custodial parent or you have a shared custody, you can have a paternity leave, a parental leave. But even though you have a parental leave, it's not guaranteed that you have a parenting time, because the residential parent does have a lot of influence on parenting time. So if you have shared custody, you can have the paternity leave, or yes, usually paternity leave when you're not the residential parent. If you're a non-custodial parent, which is most often the case, then you have, then your parental leave is, you have to have the agreement of the mother to have paternity leave.
Understanding this Finnish reform, we've tried to take in consider all different kind of family. Okay, Johanna, now you're saying something that I shouldn't say.
Is my mic?
Yeah.
So in order to take leave in Finland, you need to be a guardian of the child, and you don't need to live in the same home with the other parent, but you have to take care of the child in practice if you're taking leave. So the idea is that you are actually doing the child care while you are on leave. So I wouldn't, but in the new scheme, it will be interesting to see if you can actually take benefit days without spending time and, being together with your child. We need to evaluate that.
Finnish reform system, if you are having like week and week parenting system, can you take it like mother is 1 week, father is 1 week, mother is 1 week, father is 1 week? How many times?
Basically, yes, you can take the benefit, but
Yeah.
you have to negotiate leave with your employer because
It's that's not easy. Okay, then Nikki.
Hi, I've been so impressed with all the presentations and learning a lot, but also very, very jealous because my two countries are the UK and the Netherlands. And in the UK, it's 2 weeks for fathers, and in the Netherlands, it's been changed went from 3 to 5 to 3 weeks. So you're so far ahead. It's extraordinary. And I will have a chance to talk a bit later on. But my two questions, I guess. One was going back to the statistical analysis from Iceland. And I think you also mentioned, Johanna, about the kind of effects on gender equality. And I think in Iceland, he said it was mixed results on gender equality. So I'm just interested to hear a bit more about that. And my second question was, it's really great that all these surveys are being done with fathers, because I think, fathers have often been left out of these kind of surveys. But I wonder if there are any surveys which have asked mothers what they think about the father's parental and paternity leave and the changes. I'd be interested to know.
Possibly Ingolfur still online, maybe answering for the gender equality question. Is he?
Am I on now? Or? Can you hear me here?
Jesper. Yeah. Now Ingolfur was about the gender equality. You had the question about the effects.
Well, yes, I am.
Yeah. You are online now. Did you hear the question?
Yes, I heard the question. Yes, I heard the question. Well, generally speaking, all the Nordic countries have been moving closer to gender equality in the last few decades. For example, the gender pay gap has been used.
Okay.
But to separate the effects, for example, of the educational revolution among women from the effects of parental leave is very difficult, if not impossible. We still see, however, that many employers are reluctant to hire particularly young women, as they likely expect that they will take more of parental leave, they freely admit. that is a negative aspect of women's lives. So in general, I think, or I'm pretty sure, that the parental leave or the greater uptake by fathers of parental leave has helped to move gender equality forward, but I would have a hard time proving it.
I don't know if this answers the question, but there are studies in Sweden on dual residency, which I'm sure you're familiar with, where they have done longitudinal studies on 15,000 children. And that then shows that it's very much in the best interest of the child to spend as much time as possible with both parents. It also shows this thing that, every second weekend and maybe one day in between, that's not enough. It has to be much more time with that than that, maybe 50-50. Now that research has been done in the interest of the child, but it does also show how satisfied the parents are with their lives or in general. And that's the result there is the same. The more you move towards shared parenting in general, the more satisfied both parents are. Now then there's an American professor, Professor Fabricius at Arizona State University, who is the father of shared parenting in the US, and he's been working on that for, 20, 30 years. His studies show the same thing, which very simplistically can be expressed that when the mother gives away days to the father, it's actually a benefit to her too. She shows a higher degree of satisfaction with the situation. So the father's gain is not the mother's loss, is another way of putting it.
Okay, still one comment. Or did you, Jesper, have something to comment as well?
The gentleman that talked about visitation, that is exactly the challenge, because the current law is done in that you have a legal right for paternity leave, but if you don't have visitation with your child, you can't use that legal right. And that is a key problem, because that means that we will, after August 2022 in Finland, Denmark, see mothers that, we don't want the father to go on paternity leave, so we will see an increase in divorces. If you get a divorce, you can't be sure that you are able to use that legal right. And that will be not in line with the European Commission decision, so that will be a human rights problem that we are already addressing at this stage. But that is exactly the challenge that will be in the new system. Besides that, I fully agree with Mats that both in high and low conflict families, you have very clear research today showing that it is in the best interest of the child to have both parents, and as soon as that attachment is made, the better for the child looking at throughout the child's life. There's more than 200 children researchers, international children researchers that we work with, that has stated also this in a report, that the before the earliest we can make this attachment, the better it is for the child.
Johanna, final comment before lunch.
About the surveys, yes, there are many surveys in Finland and the other countries as well among both mothers and fathers. We like to ask the same questions for both parents. Of course, they are not always couples, so you can't compare within the couple, but still you can compare mothers' attitudes and experiences to fathers' attitudes and experience. Maybe only one point that should be mentioned, why it can be sometimes hard for the mother to give up some of the responsibility is that there is still this cultural norm of motherhood that they get a lot of negative attention. They get these questions if they go back to work relatively early after their short parental leave, like, who is taking care of your child? Why have you left your young baby, without her mother? And they are seen as bad mothers. So you have to take these emotional things into account as well.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for comments. Thank you for the speeches. And next, it's time to lunch. We'll continue 1:15. Are they? Oh no. Even though we have a coffee break in 1.5 hours. Ooh. Yeah. My bad. Wait a bit. Yeah, it's actually I could see it without glasses here as well. Okay, let's start again. Get back to the program. And the coffee drinkers can join us when they can. Okay, next title, Involved Fatherhood in the Nordic Context, Dominant Narratives, Divergent Approaches. It's going to be presented for us by Gunhild Regnald Farstad, an Associate Professor in VID Specialized University. In Oslo, Norway. In 2016, she defended her thesis in sociology at the University of Oslo on the title Nye fedre, nye forskjeller, farskap i farsvennlige velferdsstater. New fathers, new differences, fatherhood in father-friendly welfare states. She did her research in Norway and in Iceland for this thesis, focusing on the parental leave policies with its aim of changing mothers' and fathers' practices towards equal parenting and involved fatherhood. Now she works mainly within research on parenting in connection to professional practice fields such as child welfare and family guidance, etc. Welcome, Gunhild.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Just let me know if there's something. Yeah, great. So thank you so much for the invitation to join this conference, and I apologize for not attending in person. I would really love to come to Finland, so I hope I get another opportunity. And also thank you for the opportunity to present my article called Involved Fatherhood in a Nordic Context, Dominant Narratives, Divergent Approaches, as you said. And I also apologize for I have to be on my laptop because of some technical issues. So I have a written manuscript and I might have to look down into that. But I hope you will apologize for me for that. I have to start by saying that it's now quite some time since I've done this research. I moved to other and although related research areas. The data material for this article is now 12 years back in time. And it's important for me to state that things may very well have changed both in Iceland and in the other Nordic countries over the course of the time since I did these interviews. And also speaking from Norway, my impression is that since I was involved in my PhD research, a lot of the debate around parental leave and father's leave has quieted quite a lot since I did my research. However, just the other week, this changed where some numbers came up in the media from the parental leave statistics It shows that after the father's part of the parental leave, the father's quota, was increased in 2018, the mother's use of unpaid leave has grown. And the Minister of Children and Family Affairs in Norway expressed the need to look into the problematic consequences of women's unpaid leave during the early childhood phase. So the debate appears to revolve around the questions of how strict the division of leave between the parents should be practiced, and the positioning of so-called mild force, flexibility and freedom of choice. And these questions appear once again. So with this as a backdrop and a confirmation for me that the questions I once asked in my thesis are still relevant, I will present this article. Now I can see. Try and get this clicker to work. Let's see. There. Okay. So this article was written together with Kari Stefansen, and it was published in the journal Norma in 2015. It's included in my PhD thesis that I defended in 2016, and my data material consisted of interviews with Norwegian and Icelandic parents of young children. But in this article, we draw upon the Icelandic material in particular. The focus of this article is on how fathers of young children in Iceland understand their role in infant care. Based on interviews with parents of young children, we identified two different approaches to involve fatherhood within the context of a father-friendly welfare state. One approach we term father as primary carer, an approach that to a great extent mirrors the dominant narrative of involved fatherhood in infancy and in the Nordic context. In the other, the fathers present themselves as secondary carers, taking a bystander role in the very early childhood phase. These constructions might be seen as binary categories, one old, one new. But in our analysis, we find a more complex picture. First, some words about my methods and sample. So these were in-depth interviews in Iceland with 14 cohabiting heterosexual Icelandic couples. The interviews were conducted as joint interviews with the parents, and the focus of the interview was to explore the way the parents divided the leave and their work-life arrangements. Different alternatives of care options like daycare, nannies, and so on was also explored in this study. And also part of the interview was a so-called life mode interview. And that is a section in the interview where we ask the parents about one day's and one particular day and everything that the parents did or the family did throughout that day in detail. Usually this was the day before the interview, so it was quite close to when the interview was conducted. And it's worth mentioning that the interviews were conducted in English. The article's starting point is the move towards involved fatherhood in the Nordic region, a region with the most pronounced father-friendly policies. One of its most prominent being the paternal leave, which in Iceland, as also in Norway, is given at so-called use or lose basis. So it's very hard, at least, to transfer this to the mother. And as Erola and Huttunen referred to, a dominant narrative of the new father exists in the Nordic context, emphasizing shared parenting and father role as a mother-like caregiver. This dominant narrative is, as they put it, widely spread and rarely questioned. The father's leave enters into this picture of the new father since it promotes the father's opportunity to care for the child independently of the mother in an early stage of the child's development. So in this situation, we saw it as necessary to bring light to variation and complexity in the articulation of the ideals of fatherhood and how they intersect with social structures such as class, work-life arrangements, social policies, etc. And we wanted to move beyond the fixed categories of old and new and pay attention to the shifting positionings in the father's account of everyday practice. To do this, we applied, I think his name is Eric Anderson, at least Anderson, terms inclusive and orthodox masculinity. Anderson's terms originates from research on men in feminized sports. His examples come from cheerleading. It has also been applied to fathering in sports by Gottsen and Kremmer-Sadlik from Sweden. Orthodox masculinity is linked to values such as strength, competitiveness, and other traditional masculine traits, while inclusive masculinity is taking on a more feminine role, offering of support and care, including supporting female teammates who perform more masculine coded roles within this sports context. So Anderson suggests a change in masculinity away that is happening away from the orthodox towards inclusive. He also suggests that different masculinities are increasingly positioned upon a horizontal and not a vertical axis. Therefore, men may draw upon different models depending on the context. Yes, so now I'm getting to my findings. Yes, so these two approaches that I presented in the beginning both hold some differences and some similarities. And for the similarities, these fathers all expressed the wish to prioritize family time. Across the material, the fathers took an active stance against their own experience of growing up with distant fathers. We found a general support for the dual earner, dual carer model. The role as provider appears to have become secondary as a basis for men's identity as men. Rarely did issues of provision enter the discussion, although fathers have an identity related to their profession or work in some cases. So the two approaches we found, or the differences then, was also linked to class among other aspects. So one group, and these were 6 of the fathers, predominantly middle class, with flexible work hours, mainly employed in public sector. And these fathers expressed a sense of urgency in establishing a primary caring role for their infant child. And I will get into some examples. And the other group of fathers saw involved fatherhood as something more emerging over time. So here, the father's bonding was not seen as determined by his participation in the early infant care on the same level as the mother. This group was more heterogeneous. The majority, however, held typical working class occupations. But we also found fathers working, being self-employed or in the private business sector. Right there. Okay. So to this first approach, father as primary carer. These fathers focused on developing an individual care practice in the early phase of childhood. They wanted to spend as much time as possible on intimate moments with their young children. These fathers opted to take the parental leave when the mother went back to work and reflected upon the importance of having this alone time with the young child. As one father said in the quote here, I thought it was just great just to get Kristin, his wife, out of the house so we could be alone together. I think it creates a closer bond between the father and the child to be alone and get the mother out of the equation. So these fathers also expressed the need to be present, to learn to know the child through all stages of development, and not missing out, as the time frame for bonding seemed to be quite narrow in order to bond in a proper and independent way. They emphasized fathering on their own terms, meaning not adopting the ways that the mother had organized her and the child's routine during the maternal leave period. Organizing their own routines and thus securing an individual space when on leave. These fathers differentiated between practical tasks and being with the child, placing an importance on the child-centeredness of fatherhood. So this quote is an example, a father saying, "So I'm just present, but I think perhaps I have the conscience to play and just leave other things, the practical things." Being involved in all aspects of caring is indicative of inclusive masculinity. There is, however, a double-sidedness to some of these fathers' accounts. The efforts also seem to reflect traditional masculine values as self-reliance and avoidance of dependence. You could also say that the flip side of this child-centeredness is a disregard of practical aspects of childcare and housework. So, while these fathers embrace the female terrain of infant care, they simultaneously work to ensure a more traditional masculine space, indicative of the orthodox masculinity. Okay. I've lost the contact with the clicker, but now it works. Okay, so to the other approach, the father as a secondary carer. These fathers did not put emphasis on their own contribution to childcare in the early phases of infancy. They also generally used the parental leave period at the same time as their partners, which at least at that time was a possibility in Iceland. The two of the fathers had not intended to use their parental leave at all, but did so due to unemployment. And the involvement in childcare was generally organized around their work commitment rather than the other way around. The child getting older appeared as a prerequisite for bonding, since these fathers saw the child as dependent on their mothers in the first period. So this quote I brought forward as an example. Well, for one thing, it's much easier to play with a 1.5-year-old than a 9-month-old. And I think probably, you know, it's better for us as bonding. It's what I imagine. At 9 months, he's more reliant on his mother. These fathers also emphasized the importance of setting aside special time for the children. The way they interacted did not, however, appear of being of great importance to them. For instance, did these fathers talk more about including the children in their own everyday tasks or their own interests? This suggests a different form of inclusiveness compared to the middle-class parents, who would to a greater extent set aside other tasks when spending time with their children. These fathers did not emphasize the need to establish routines, but would regard it as a good thing to adopt their partners' routines and practices while they were in charge of the child. As one father said, he did not think the child noticed much, whether it was his wife or him who did the caring. You know, it's another person, but the routine stays the same. So these fathers are less involved in hands-on childcare during early infancy, taking a secondary role relative to their partners. These fathers hold strong worker identities and may very well be interpreted as holding traditional male provider values, thus expressing an orthodox form of masculinity. Still, these fathers also take for granted being part of their children's upbringing. And these fathers do not see the mother's presence or adopting her routines as a threat to their own relationship to the children. So with regards to practical tasks in a house and with the children, this is not seen as conflicting with the contact with the children, quite the opposite. These fathers expressed a strong degree, to a strong degree, the necessity to be a part of this work alongside their partners on a very practical level. I brought quote or part of an interview where I interviewed Albert, who is married to a nurse who's working shifts. And Albert says, I do almost everything, but because she's working nights, also evenings. And I ask, so in that way, you're kind of part of the routines anyway, but still you felt like you were on leave, that it was too little to do, because he said that earlier. Well, no, it was enough to do, just the ordinary stuff. But just to stay and do that would probably drive me crazy. Okay. So alongside their willingness to learn and take lead from their female partners, this may very well be an indication towards inclusive masculinity, not downplaying the need to do practical, ordinary stuff and work alongside their partners. Okay, so to some concluding discussion and remarks. Both approaches to fatherhood that I have presented involve competing forms of normative masculinity. On the one hand, fathers present themselves as good carers and place emphasis on being emotionally close to the children. It's expected of fathers to join in caring tasks alongside their partners. The distant provider dad model is no longer an option, and neither is the full-time housewife for women. This suggests a general move from orthodox to inclusive masculinity. On the other hand, we saw traces of orthodox masculinity in both approaches. This points to a persistence of traditional notions of manhood. Main points that suggest this persistence is the importance played by middle-class fathers on parenting on one's own terms, independently being in charge with the mother out of the equation. This points to suggest that involved fatherhood is something fathers should enter into for their own good and for the sake of their children and the family, and rarely was the will to change power relations between men and women mentioned. Also, for the fathers identifying with a secondary carer role, gender equality was not a central topic. The orthodox masculinity is quite clearly visible here, as they legitimize opting out of infant care if it's practically possible. And if not, they do their duty, all the ordinary stuff. However, these men also draw on inclusive forms of masculinity when relating to care work and their partners' efforts. They show a willingness to learn from their partners and to get the practical tasks done. When dominant narratives of involved fatherhood, with its emphasis on the father's alone time with infant child, is taken for granted as inclusive masculinity, this double-sidedness is overlooked. Fathers who do not live up to the standards of dominant narratives may be seen as failures in terms of establishing a modern, nurturing fathering role. This way, their efforts towards degendering care and changing gender relations are not recognized. Okay, so we conclude in the article that we have found patterns indicative of two distinct forms of involved fatherhood, both which entail simultaneous processes of continuities and disruptions of traditional masculinity. Our study points to the different ways orthodox and inclusive masculinity enters into the picture for different groups of men. Fatherhood must be understood as situated and not easily put into categories of old and new, progressive and conservative. We conclude that within our context of a father-friendly welfare state, men from different levels of society are indeed moving into the terrain of childcare without much hesitation. There are obvious limitations to our study, and one question relates to the potential for gender equality in the different forms of involved fatherhood. Does it matter if the orthodox elements are included in a mainly inclusive form, or if a mainly orthodox approach also includes elements of inclusive masculinity? How does these findings relate to different ideals of motherhood and femininity? These are important questions to consider further, and longitudinal studies would, of course, be very interesting in this respect, and maybe also mixed methods studies. So these are my references, and I thank you so much for your attention.
Taas muistikirja mukaan. Okay, thank you, Gunhild. And next, we have Johanna Terävä, Senior Lecturer, University of Jyväskylä. Johanna Terävä, a docent in family and paternity research at the University of Jyväskylä, has been researching paternity from different perspectives for a couple of decades. Most often, her research has looked at paternity from the perspective of fathers themselves and at different stages of life. The perceptions and experiences of mothers, children, and family work professionals have also been the subject of research. It is also important that research information is incorporated into the daily lives of those who work with parents, children, and families. Involved fatherhood after divorce, fathers' perspectives on co-parenting after parents' separation. Johanna, welcome.
Well, it's light here. This is together for all of us, I think. Okay, it's okay, it's okay. Okay, hello. My name is Johanna Terävä, and I'm coming from the University of Jyväskylä, from the middle of Finland. And, well, here I think. Yes. And today I'm going to talk about the fatherhood involvement a little bit, and then the parenthood after separation. Yes. I think all of you know the concept involvement, right? And its importance to fathers themselves, for children, and parenting overall, and partnership. And as you know, parenting and parenthood norms are gendered. And you can talk about father involvement, but if you talk about mother involvement, it sounds a little bit odd, I think. And over 30 years ago, the concept father involvement was seen to consist of these three components: accessibility, engagement, and responsibility. These are still valid. But for example, Rob Palkowitz and other researchers suggest that these should talk about also father-child relationships, quality, the warmth, the communication, and the time spent with child, and positive fathering as well. And we should pay greater attention to the meaning and processes of father-child relationship, and especially affect behavior and cognitions. Father's involvement increases men's mental health, as we have heard here earlier too. It increases positive emotions such as love, joy, happiness, satisfaction, gratitude, growth, individual growth, and feelings of generosity and caretaking behavior, psychological maturity. It increases satisfaction and strengthens the self-confidence and identity as father, and diminishes selfishness and increases empathy as well. And here you can see many references for the studies. I've been picking up these results. It also supports men's social and physical health, as you can see. It supports shared parenthood and co-parenting, strengthens community networks. It contributes to men's capacity to be better employee, as we have heard also. Leads to more physical exercise and to less drinking, smoking, and substance use. It seems also that fathers who have children live longer than men without children. But there are also costs and rewards. Men can, for example, gain weight during fatherhood and suffer sleep debt during fatherhood, and etc. But it's not only fathers that gain something. Especially children do better when fathers are actively involved with their children, even they do not live with them. A lot of studies have shown positive outcomes in children's cognitive, social, and emotional development. It increases children's school achievement and physical health when fathers are highly involved. And when children have close relationships with father figures, they tend to avoid high-risk behavior, have healthy, stable relationships, tend to endure fewer psychological problems, and they are less likely to have risky sexual behavior or sex at young age. It also supports children's math, engagement in reading and writing, and overall positive approach to learning, and maybe have higher paying jobs in the future. Finland's divorce rate is among the top in Europe, as you many may know. So it's not surprising that men's well-being tends to decline after separation and divorce. Separation lowers subjective mental health more often than mothers. And feelings of loneliness and social isolation. It increases also mortality after divorce. Fathers who are not living with children may feel anxious and be less cooperative with their ex-spouse, and the fear of losing children is quite big. A number of studies have shown that parental separation is more negatively associated with families who have lower socio-economic background also. But then, about co-parenting. A few words of this. This refers to the ways in which parents are actively involved in their children's lives, working together as parents and rely on mutual agreement on the taking of conjoint responsibility for their children's well-being. Functional co-parenting relations has powerful implications for both family and individual well-being for children and adults. There are many results of this. In an ideal functional co-parenting, the parents are able to put aside their own conflicts and focus on coordinating the caregiving of children. But this is, of course, the ideal situation. And here you can see some things that are shaping, enabling, and restricting co-parenting after separation. These are socio-economic status and children's age and temperament, also parents' age and physical health or mental health, and custody arrangements as well. There are evidence that positive parenting and parenting conflicts also both predict a co-parenting alliance. Findings suggest that the harsh parenting and interparental conflict predict poorly early child adjustment. It's important to children to keep the relationship to both parents if there is no severe reasons not to do so. And now the second part of this presentation. Me and my colleague Maria-Lena Böök from the University of Jyväskylä have analyzed interviews of separated parents, and they talk. The analysis is still going on, but here are some results of it. I will show you some results of this question: what kinds of cooperating positions and agency emerge in interviews with parents? And here must be said that these results can't be generalized as such. It's a qualitative research, and our goal is to grasp the understanding of the wholeness and describe the results of these parents' main positions and agencies. Okay, here you can see a figure showing the agencies and positions in the progressive and regressive direction of the storyline. The data here consists of 32 interviewed Finnish parents, 16 fathers and 16 mothers. And these were gathered in cooperation with the Federation of Mother and Child Homes and Shelters. Here, those speakers or interviewed who took an active position, we named strong agency. Those were responsible fighters and partners. And they moved progressively toward future. On the contrary, there were tellers that had so-called weak agency. The storyline was regressive. Their telling was slowing down and adapted to the situation. And next, I'll show you some examples of these agencies and positions and citations and give the voice to mothers and especially fathers. Okay, in a partner's position, this is a quite ideal situation. It became apparent that the parents have ability to cooperation, confidence and mutual trust and respect, functional, open and positive interaction, and there was so-called we talk, as you can see here. There was flexibility. You could negotiate with the timetables and bend it timetables, but at the same time, live your life as you choose as a parent and be good parent for your child. And here are fathers and mothers quotes. The father says that it's pretty safe. We have very close relations. We also call each other, and when the children are staying with the other parent, then we call the child during the week and ask how they are. It's a like kind of rhythm that we've found. And the mother says, we have shared understanding, that we have children in common that we take care of and care for. We kind of reach an agreement together and discuss it together. There were also other strong agency positions. The responsibles, these parents relied on so-called traditional roles. For example, the mother was so-called main, self-evidently the main responsible for children's needs, and father appeared as a helper. Mother here tells that naturally I'm more responsible for everyday life. It was certainly so earlier because my ex had to travel a lot. I feel like I have a stronger relationship with the children than my ex. It's also nice to be able to support him as a father, as a parent. And the third one is so-called fighters. They were active, they fight against unfairness and the child's right to both parents. They defended their efforts and goals, and the ex-spouse was placed to be an opponent who had the opposite standpoint. Some parents used quite heavy words here to strengthen their message. For example, father said, this is a state of war. And another, then you really have to explain with the help of lawyers and experts that this doesn't work. And there is a lot of nasty squabbling. Okay, then the weak agencies, and there were 3 ones as well: adapters, surrenders, and victims. These parents seem to have thin or passive agency, and they told about prolonged conflict, troublesome cooperation, disappointment, incapability and dissatisfaction, and the other parent was seen as dysfunctional. And the adapters, they accept, understands, doesn't argue or complain so much, but adapts to the situation. And a father here says, well, I've been hoping that we could do more the cooperation. I'm starting to find it rather agreeable. I'm learning to let it go of. And those kindergarten events, well, now they are. The child's mother wanted us not to be there together, even though in the kindergarten they say that everyone is welcome and so on. But I have respected her wish. And the surrenders. These parents were disappointed. They had given up, stopped to wish the functional cooperation. It's clear for both of us that we're not up to it. I haven't been able to try it for a long time, the cooperation. In a way, the effort caused me such emotional damage that I decided at some point that it's not really worth it. I feel I'm going to pieces in myself, since nothing really changes anyway. And the third one was so-called victims. They told themselves as legitimized victim of traumatic events. Violations of trust became a barrier to parental cooperation. And these parents thought that others are against him. Things just happen, and they feel they haven't got influence on anything. Feelings of discrimination, outsider, unfairness, misunderstanding. It's me against other. And here one father says that constant pining makes me weep every day, especially at nights, because you don't have the courage to do it in the daytime. I fall apart more every day. Or I've never had any support, and life is going to waste. All she wants is money. Okay, some concluding words. I want to stress two things here, as you see. Parent-child relationships, or relationship, and co-parenting. As you have heard here, there are a wide spectrum of parents, cooperation, and the separation processes. Parents vary in their agencies, power, negotiating skills, abilities, willingness, and opportunities. The talk is quite certainly different in different life situations, and parents change in communication. It's important help parents to understand their own and the others' perspectives, and to develop skills and achieve a good level of co-parenting in parents' education programs. But most important is to assist the child to have a good relationship with both parents. The primary duty of parents is to provide parenting for the child. And for example, Nielsen reminds that if cooperation between ex-spouses is not possible, it is important to focus on supporting the relationship between the child and the other parent. Okay, thank you. Mail me if you want some references. I have 5 pages here. Those. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Johanna. And in the program. We're going to the comments part, but I can't even remember if I said it earlier, but Joonas Kekkonen from Miessäkit is sick also, so he's not here. But Hanna, could you say something, comment on these subjects now?
Is this on? Yes, it is. May I come up there?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm the surprise visitor. My name is Hanna Onwenhuma, and I work at the Ministry for Social Affairs and Health here in Finland. And I'm not an NGO commentator, as it says in the program. It's been very, very nice to listen to all the presentations today. I'm very thankful for all of you speakers. It's been interesting, and I think that this day has shown the importance of having conversation with the NGOs, with the men's organizations, of course, in particular today. And I think that, I've been making notes for myself all day, and I think all of us have learned a lot today. And I think that it's interesting that, as we heard that in the report on the state of Nordic fathers, all of the men, all the fathers, regardless of their country of origin in the Nordic countries, were saying that they want to spend more time with their children, and that there was this thought that is somehow not allowed for the fathers. And I think that's maybe one of the issues that we somehow need to address more. I think we have done a lot in the Nordic countries. In Finland, we have active NGOs who talk about it. We have labor organizations that have had campaigns. We've had campaigns organized by our ministry, the Ministry for Social Affairs and Health. But I think that this is something that we have to look into. If this is what all the fathers want, why do they feel that it's not possible for all of them? And I think this has to do with the gender stereotypes. The way we are taught to be women or men, to be feminine or masculine, what we are taught about being a father, about fatherhood, or about what it is to be a mother. I think that Johanna Lammi-Taskula said that the mothers have to give away something for the fathers to get more time with their children. And I think that this also has to do with the gender stereotypes. It's somehow expected that the mother takes care of the children. Like Johanna said, there's a commotion if you come to work very early after your childbirth, and people ask you who is taking care of your children, even if it is the other parent, the father who is staying at home taking care of the children. So this puts a burden on the mothers, and on the other hand on the fathers, of course. And I think that we have to tackle these stereotypes, the gender stereotypes that are prominent in our cultures, even though in some way we have done a lot in the Nordic countries to work on the gender stereotypes. But there's still this masculinity that doesn't allow the men to do all the things that they want to do. And I think that what came up maybe in Tomi's speech was the need to discuss the fatherhood more, the need for the fathers to do the discussing, and also the employers to discuss it. I think it's Johanna who some years ago said about the men having to do dual negotiations if they want to be on family leaves. That they have to first negotiate at home with the partner, usually the mother, many oftentimes, who thinks that she should stay at home and take care of the children. And then they have to negotiate it in the workplace. And I think that that's highly too much. The mothers don't seem to have to negotiate with anybody. The mothers have the children and then they're expected to stay at home and take care of their children. The workplaces are used to this and they don't think anything of it. It's like something that the workplaces just have to deal with. And I think that they have to learn that with the new fathers as well. And I'm very happy for the family leave reform that is going to happen in Finland. And then we'll see what the results from there are. There's also been a lot of talk about these non-transferable family leaves. And I think that all of us Nordic countries have seen that they are important. And it seems that they give the help to the fathers in their negotiations, both with the mother and at the workplace, that they really have the right to do this. I've been discussing fatherhood with Antti many times, and Antti likes to talk about possibilities for the fathers. I still think that we have to be talking about the rights of the fathers alongside with the possibilities of the fathers. And I think we have to, like the minister said in his speech in the beginning of the day, the laws can affect the stereotypes, but they can't do it all. And that's why it's so important that the men's organizations keep this theme on the agenda, and we can still be working on it. Thank you. This was the surprise comment.
Well, thank you, Hanna. You seemed quite well prepared for your surprise comment. Okay, next comment is coming from Guttorm Grund, a board member of Men's Forum Norway. Guttorm is a board member of the Men's Forum in Norway and the leader of its gender equality group. Men's Forum is Norway's largest organization for men with approximately 1,100 members, mainly fathers. They function as a voice for boys, fathers and men in society. 10% of the members are women. Their main activities are informing politicians and the public about the life and gender equality challenges of boys, fathers and men, advocating law reforms and support and networking for fathers experiencing family breakdown. Well, hello Norway, welcome Guttorm.
Hello, do you hear me? Oh, good. Well, hello Antti. I find this conference very interesting and enjoy the presentation of new knowledge and the wise comments of my peers. And congratulations to Finland with a new progressive reform. There is much to be commented upon, but with limited time, I will share with you the experience of the Norwegian fathers. And their experiences are very near or close to or similar to the picture that was put forward by Johanna Tereva. I think she put the picture beautifully up and reflected most sides of the difference of being a father, especially after divorce or family breakdown. Now, the Norwegian experience is that the Norwegian fathers take their fatherly and fatherhood seriously, and most take full advantage of the 15 weeks quota parental leave. Many even prolong their parental leave with up to 10 more unpaid weeks, as the mothers also do. Many even prolong their paternity leave, The 16 weeks common parental leave, where the parents are free to share or decide which one shall take their paid leave, functions in practice as a prolongation of the mother's 18 maternity leave, 3 plus 15 weeks. Even though fathers are praised for taking their full paternity leave quota, his keen fatherly care contribution matters little when his wife wants divorce and the children for herself. He is then too often branded as second-rate parent and unfit to handle shared parenting or shared custody. If the mother do not agree to 50-50 shared living for the child with each parent after family breakup, the children will be staying with the mother in 9 out of 10 cases. If the mother wants the child for herself or more economic support from the father, or both, the mother may prevent the child from staying with the father, with no negative sanctions from the family or child protection services for failing care. The child will then be staying with the mother, even after having lost her case in court, for the best of the child, as the Child Protection Authority usually reasons. Instead, the National Welfare Agency forces the father to pay the mother for the additional time that the children stay with the mother, exceeding the formally signed arrangement. In Norway, the best for the child all too often means the best for the mother. This matriarchal principle is obvious in a new parliament member's proposal put forward to the parliament for a vote after Easter. The proposal entails a removal of the father's earmarked parental leave quota to the benefit for the mother. It may be good for the mother, but not for the father and the child. And the proposal may regrettably have a chance of being adopted, backed by strong support from the religious and motherhood organizations lobby. But hopefully they will not succeed. Well, I thank you. I'm looking forward to enjoy the rest of the conference.
Okay, thank you, Guttorm. We have a couple of minutes for comments, questions, if anyone has, until the next speaker comes up. No one?
Kiitos. Thank you. Basically, Petri, I'm from Finnish, what would I say, Russian speakers central organization. Mostly I was sort of intrigued by Johanna Teräväinen's presentation and this sort of all these different models or approaches to this situation after divorce and co-parenting models, and she said that it's not a conclusive model or so. But has there been any study on what kind of roots lead to these different positions for parents, and how these positions are taken, and how this sort of situation formulates that certain parents take these different kinds of the sort of pushing elements and pulling elements apparently to these different positions, but what kind would they be? Is there any study on how, for example, a father ends up being a fighter or something like that? Because mother stories and father stories are often quite different on this case. And is there any study? Does anybody know?
Can Johanna say something for this?
Yes, I have the mic here. That's a good question. I don't know if there's any results or any study right from this perspective, But you are right that mothers and fathers stand a little bit different positions before and after divorce. And there are many things that may cause these conflicts, and who is victim and who is what. But I can't answer your question as well. But the conflict is most, I think, the biggest issue here, that those parents stand in different positions.
Would there be anything we could do to avoid these conflicts, to avoid these, the people go on this side and people go on this side? Because we do, in Miessäkin, we do divorce work quite a lot, and those worries of men are exactly, and what I've understood, that when they work with us, it gets easier to go further and make arrangements for the words don't come easy, as you know. The life after the divorce, shared parenting and stuff like that. But they have a lot of ennakkoluulo, prejudice for the officials as well. Before they are starting the whole thing, they think that they are like outside it before anything starts. And I don't know what we can do about that, but this would help, for instance. And we in Miessäkin, we can't take every man. We only have 4 workers doing divorce work. Anyone else? Okay, let's go to the next section. State of the World's Fathers Report. And Nikki van der Gaag, Senior Fellow from Promundo. And this is how they put it. Today we have one of the co-authors of the report speaking, Nikki van der Gaag. Nikki is an independent gender consultant and a Senior Fellow of Institute of Promundo, a leading global organization on engaging men and boys in promoting gender equality and preventing violence. She's worked with a wide range of organizations from UN Women to the corporate sector, small local NGOs, donor organizations, and the media. Her books and reports include Feminism in Men, No Nonsense Guide to Web Feminism, 6 State of the World's Girls reports, and 4 State of the World's Fathers reports. Welcome, Nikki.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I don't know if you want to just stand up while I'm getting ready and shake around a bit if you've been sitting down for a long time. Anybody want to? just, I think sometimes we sit for too long in these things. So, yeah. Great. One thing I have to say is it's just so wonderful to see people's whole bodies. I'm so used to seeing people from the neck upwards, so yeah, good to shake your bodies around a bit. Thank you very much for inviting me and inviting Promundo today. Really, really pleased to be here. I'm particularly pleased to be here because I lived in Finland as a small child, although very small, so I don't really remember very much about it. But I haven't been back very many times since, so I'm going to go and have a look and see what I can remember. And I'm also really pleased to be part of a gender conference that has so many men in it. I go to so many gender conferences where there's about 3 men and 100 women, so really lovely to see so many men's faces. I've actually just been in Stockholm with a Men Engage Europe meeting. Men Engage is a big network of men for gender equality all over the world. There are about 700 organizations, and this was the Europe chapter. And we were talking a little bit about men in care in various countries as well. Do I have a clicker? Yes. Okay. So what I'm going to do is to talk a little bit about the context of how the State of the World's Fathers report came about. I'm going to talk to you a bit about its impact, and then what I think's changed since 2015 in terms of men and gender equality and men in care. And then a little bit about COVID. We have to talk about COVID, I think, these days. And then I'll go through the State of the World's Fathers 2021 report that we published. I need to get rid of my scan done. Okay, so do I just click the top, this one? The green one. Okay. Yes, you saw in the last one there have been many other. There's been many different State of the World's Fathers reports, including your wonderful State of Nordic Fathers reports. But why did we need one? One of the reasons was that there had been State of the World's Mothers reports, State of the World's Children's reports that UNICEF produced, but there was nothing on men and boys. And Bumundo was an organisation working with another network called Men Care that felt that it was really important to look at fathers. The belief that gender equality and women's rights won't be achieved without engaging men as caregivers. That equality in unpaid care and domestic work, and I'll talk about that a bit later, is key if we are to address the root causes of gender inequality, which is why I wanted to ask that question about how much this affects gender equality. Fatherhood can be a tipping point, research shows, either towards more gender equal relationships, or, if things are not in place, towards much more orthodox, I think you called it, masculinities and orthodox relationships. And there are benefits of involved fatherhood, engaged fatherhood, not only for women, but for children and for men themselves and for society. And we've seen so much of that this morning. I've been really, really impressed with the presentations that you've come up with, the detail of what's happening in the Nordic countries. So that was the first report, and I think we had no idea of what kind of impact it was going to have. We knew that it was going to, it was needed, but actually we ended up launching it in 10 different countries. We had Chelsea Clinton coming to the launch in New York. There's been more than 30,000 downloads, 40 million social media mentions. It's had a lot of coverage, and I think, and translated into French, German, Portuguese, Russian, Polish, and Spanish. And it's also had some policy impact, together with other things, difficult to measure if you're an evaluator, but it's contributed to changes in policy leave in the US, Brazil, Netherlands, and elsewhere. I think in the Nordic countries you were way ahead anyway, so you're doing your own changes. And I think are small contributions of more international discussions. And there have been many, many regional and country reports as well that people have come and said, we want to do our own report. In fact, and I've just come from this meeting yesterday where one of the colleagues in Poland has just translated the executive summary for this report into Polish and added a Polish context, because obviously context is really, really important. I need to do this twice. Okay. So just trying to think about what's changed since 2015, and obviously coronavirus is one of the major changes. And I think the research has shown that the pandemic has threatened some of the gains made in gender equality, but it's also shone a spotlight on care. We've been talking about care in many countries in the world in ways that we've never done before, and I think that's something really positive. There's also increased interest in men and care. At the UN Commission recently on the status of women, there's a corporate task force on parental leave that we've been involved in, and more countries, not just the Nordics, introducing or increasing paternity leave. And the Men Care campaign is now in 50 countries. It was in 10 in 2015. And I think the focus on fatherhood is changing too. So it's kind of broadening in the sense it's thinking about care for fathers themselves, care for family, care for community, care for society. And we've certainly been having lots of discussions as well about care for the planet with the climate crisis that we're having. And there's a need for more structural solutions, and the State of Nordic Fathers has already mentioned some of these, and so have you. And the minister himself this morning said, it's not just about individual change, and it's not just about legal change, and it's not just about norm change. It's all those different things. But there's also been a rise since 2015 in anti-feminist, anti-gender populist movements around the world, the election of autocratic leaders in many countries, and we're seeing war now too, and a pushback on feminism and wanting traditional family life in some countries. So, as ever, progress is not always in one direction. So, just a brief rehearsal of some of the statistics that we came up with in the report based on a range of different research, which again you can find in the report. I'll give you the links later on. I'm not going to cite them all. So we looked at a number of studies. There was a study of 47 countries, and 56% of women said their time spent on unpaid care work had increased since the COVID pandemic began. Perhaps not surprising, but what was interesting was that 51% of men said that too. And again, percentage of men from the same countries were also talking about caring for other family members. Often we think about care just as care for your children, but actually, increasingly, I'm certainly in a situation where I have 2 children who are now grown up. I'm looking after 2 grandchildren once a week, and I also have my mother and my mother-in-law. And there are many other people in that situation with quite complex care situations. It's not just about looking after children. So the percentage of women was roughly the same looking after older people. Among women with children in 16 countries in another study, the average increase in time per week spent on childcare during COVID was 5.2 hours, and the average increase among men was 3.5. So there is still a big difference. There's still a huge difference in every country in the world between the amount of work that women do in the home and the amount of work that men do. When I say work, I mean not just the childcare, but also all the domestic work. I think we don't very often talk about men cleaning the toilets or doing that kind of planning work, but that's also part of care. Okay, so just to talk about the State of the World's Fathers report, we were trying to focus very much not just on the research, but on what can we do? Your question, Antti, earlier on to Johanna. What can we do about this? And we came up with 7 structural solutions, one of which, you won't be surprised to hear, is around paternity and parental leave. And I'm going to dwell on that slightly longer than on the others. So if we looked at care and fatherhood, I don't think I'm going to read those statistics out because you can read them all, but there is still a big difference. There's still no countries which have achieved equality in unpaid care between men and women, and there's still no countries that have signed up to a policy goal and a target. So paternity leave is a part of that, but it's not the whole thing on achieving equality between men and women in unpaid care. Interestingly, the National Bureau of Economic Research in America set out quite a hopeful tone around the pandemic. They said, during the current crisis, many millions of men are on a form of forced paternity leave. Even while women carry a higher burden during the crisis, it's still highly likely we'll observe a sizable impact of this forced experiment on social norms and ultimately on gender equality in the near future. So more men were at home, more men were saying, oh, I've actually realized how much work this is, what it's like, but also what joy it brings. It had its downsides. There's also been a real rise in domestic violence during the pandemic because people were locked up together and in conflict between couples. Okay. So the 7 ideas that we had, and I'd be really interested to have your thoughts and comments on them. The first one is to put in place national care policies and campaigns that recognise, reduce and redistribute care work equally between men and women. I don't know if people know about the 3 Rs, recognising, reducing and redistributing. There's a professor, a feminist economist called Diane Elson, who came up with these 3 Rs as a way to changing the kind of way in which unpaid care is done between men and women. And we had a couple of examples from different countries. So, for example, in Uruguay, they've been trying to do exactly that. And we looked at how successful that had been, particularly in terms of men's involvement. Second one was provide equal job-protected, fully paid parental leave for all parents as a national policy. So very much what you have either achieved or are certainly moving towards in the Nordic countries. And, again, I don't think these statistics will be a surprise to you, but you know that you're way ahead on gender equality and you're way ahead on this kind of leave as well. So at the moment, it's probably moved on since then, but 115 countries guarantee paid leave for mothers. Only 71 guarantee paid leave for fathers, and that's nearly always much, much shorter. So, as I said to you, in the UK, fathers only get 2 weeks. In the Netherlands, they get 3. There's nothing that compares, I think, to what you have in the Nordic model. And we tried to look beyond the binary. We tried to look at same-sex parents and what provision there were for same-sex parents. Really difficult to find. So we think there's the kind of probably less than 20 countries that guarantee paid leave for same-sex parents, and they're mostly in the global north. So there's a long way to go on thinking about parents who are not just traditionally, a mother and a father in the home. As you said as well, there's lots of different configurations of families. Again, global median days of paid leave for mothers 98, and for fathers is 5. That's including, obviously, countries where fathers don't get any, but there's still a huge difference. So the fact that what's happening here in Finland is really, really interesting in terms of how much is that going to really move things on? Probably a lot. Actually having equal, let alone getting to equal, I think is really, really exciting. Okay, and we can come back to any questions on that, on the parental leave, because I know that's what you want to focus on. Third one is design and expand social protection programs to redistribute care equally between women and men, while keeping a focus on the needs and rights of women and girls. More women living in poverty generally around the world. Social protection programs of all kinds generally don't take account of gender. So that was another thing, and they don't really think about care. Fourth one, transform health sector institutions to promote fathers' involvement from prenatal period through birth and childhood, and men's involvement as caregivers. I think a number of you mentioned the importance of fathers being there at the birth. I think actually a lot of the programs that we've been involved in as Promundo and as MenCare have got men involved from the moment that their partners are pregnant. Because actually that care starts at the beginning. And again, we've got some interesting examples. So, for example, in Brazil, to try and encourage men to come along to antenatal classes, they said to the fathers-to-be, why don't you have a health check at the same time that your wife is having her antenatal check? And that brought quite a lot of men into the clinics who wouldn't really want to be seen being part of a mother and child or an antenatal clinic. So and then working with midwives, working with healthcare workers to try and encourage them, to encourage fathers to be there. And in lots of practical ways, make the time right so that fathers can come if they're working, for example. Okay. Next one is promoting an ethic of male care in schools, the media, and other key institutions. So I don't know how much work goes on in the Nordic countries around talking about parenthood with boys and girls from quite a young age and what it means to be a parent and how you can be a good parent. But we know that norms around gender start very early, and I think stereotypes around, mothers and fathers also start quite early. So again, we've got some examples of that in the report. Next one is changing workplace conditions, culture and policies to support workers' caregiving and mandate those changes in national legislation. I think you were talking about collective agreements in some of the discussions. So actually, some of the barriers to men taking parental leave in many countries are around their managers. There was a study in Austria. There was the managers who were the main ones who were saying, don't do this. But it was also peers, you're a man, why are you taking time off? And I don't think you probably have that so much here, but it's certainly true in many, many other countries as well. So changing the way that people think about the importance of being a parent. And finally, holding male political leaders accountable for their supportive care policies while advocating for women's equality in political leadership. Again, I think in the Nordic countries, that's not, your care policies and your parental leave policies are, so much moving towards equality that you don't need that. But in many other countries, there's a really long way to go. Oh, I've gone too far. Can I go backwards? Red, okay. Yes. So I just wanted to talk, this is actually from the 2019 report, where we did a calculation of what would it take globally to get to equality in unpaid care. And we reckoned in a very general scale, to get to 50% equality, men would have to do 50 minutes more a day. Now, in Sweden, that may be 2 minutes more, and in other countries, that may be 10 hours more. So it was very much an average. But it was a kind of a global goal that we wanted to set, that we wanted governments and countries and organizations to sign up for. And I think we're building on that at the moment to see if that can be something that governments are interested in, not just in equality in parental and paternity leave, but thinking about making a commitment in all sorts of other ways. So those other 6 structural changes also need to be in place if you're going to get to that kind of equality. And again, it's on the website, which I'll give you in a little while, if you want to know more, or come and talk to me over coffee or whatever later on. But yeah, this is a commitment that we're hoping that people will sign up to, including the Nordics. So yeah. And finally, I mean, one of our premises is basically that when done by individual men, caregiving changes those men. It changes their families, it changes their communities. But when it's done by millions of men, it changes societies. And if it's taken up at the state level, it shifts power structures, not by itself, but as part of a still unfulfilled gender equality revolution led by feminist and feminist-allied activists, leaders, and civil society organizations around the world. We believe change is possible. We believe 50-50 is possible, and I know that you do too. So I'm hoping that this conference will, give a lot more impetus to thinking about that more carefully and in detail. So thank you very much. Kiitos. And any questions? Have I gone over too long? Okay.
Comments?
Anything online? They've been very quiet on the chat.
They're still wondering the time.
Yeah. They're waking up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm conscious I've given you a lot of information, so maybe you want to come and talk to me afterwards.
I might have a question or a comment. So if we think these Nordic models, you can choose any one of them, even before the reform in Finland. What are the main obstacles, like maybe in England or USA or any other country? Is it the gender values, or is it the gender roles, or economics?
All of it.
Yeah, what's main?
I mean, it depends again at which level you're talking about. And certainly in the state of Nordic fathers, I think you looked very much at some of these obstacles. So I think, starting really young, I think boys and girls get that understanding of who's going to be the main parent very, very tiny. And that's partly because it's role modeled. So what you're doing is going to change that role model, but it's partly because of the social norms around, mothers being the main carers and fathers kind of not being very good at it. And there's been some interesting research showing that actually fathers who are very connected with their children, their hormone, that I can't remember which hormone it is, but there's a hormone that's around caring that actually increases when they're close to their children. So it's around those social norms. It's also around the laws that support them in all sorts of different ways, and those laws are reflected in people's attitudes. I mean, just thinking about in South Africa, talking to people, talking to the groups that were trying to get men to come to the clinics with their partners, with their wives. And, why weren't they coming? Well, they weren't coming because they didn't know about it. They didn't know how to reach them. They weren't coming because it was the wrong time of day. They weren't coming because they thought everybody would laugh at them. There's some lovely films, actually, on the MenCare website of individual men's stories around how they overcame peer pressure. And again, I'm sure you don't have that here, but in many, many countries, a man who does the cooking even is seen as not a real man. So there's not an easy answer to that very good question, but I think it happens at lots of different levels.
Yeah, maybe I think it from this Nordic point of view, there's always economics in it, of course.
Exactly.
What you lose as families when you go to the parental leave, or how much it's going to cost. For instance, this Finnish reform, there must have been calculations if every man started to using every parental leave day they can, and it's probably not expected to happen right away, because it's going to cost.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting if you take the States. America is one of the few countries that have no leave for anybody at all. No parental leave. Not for mothers, not for fathers. So if you get it via your company. So this task force, or this corporate task force on parental leave, did some studies into why would companies give parental leave and what were the benefits for the companies, because they thinking about their financial bottom line as well. And actually they were very positive, because they felt that by supporting their employees, men and women, to be good parents, they were actually then better workers. It was a good investment. So, if I'm talking to the corporate sector, I am definitely going to be talking about their bottom line and their investment in this. And I guess that's true of governments as well, that if the government feels it's worth investing in this, then the government's going to invest in it. Yeah. And it's also true on an individual level. Now, in many countries, men are still earning more than women, and more women are working part-time, and therefore, actually, they can't really afford for the man. If it's not paid, they can't afford for the man to give up the work. So, yeah.
Okay. Hanna. Okay, let's put Mats first. Yeah, give the microphone.
I realize I may be starting a fire here now that we won't put out today. But in Sweden, where we're all feminists today, I mean, we all are that, I find that it is then a subgroup or a group of feminists that are most opposed to mandatory changes. And they would, of course, never say that they are against fathers and men taking a greater part. But they want absolutely no mandatory things. So they want it to be up to the woman or the mother in this case, or the family, to decide. Mm-hmm. And that, of course, in family matters and child matters, that means the mother. Just a comment, not a question. And you don't need to reply even.
I want to reply because I think it's really important, and I think some people talked earlier on about the loss. What do women lose and what do women gain? And I think, you know much more about the Nordic context than I do, but in other countries, often women feel the home is the only place where they have any power or control or say. And so if that's then taken away from them by the man coming and taking over in the home, then they have nothing. So it does have to be very carefully negotiated, I think. I think women in many, many countries see their main role as being the mother still, or being caring for the family. And it's a, if I think of some of the countries I've visited, it's such a big shift. It's such a big shift. You're at a different place here, I think, and I think it's important to have those discussions. It's important not to pretend they don't exist, and not to pretend that it isn't going to be necessary. It might be difficult for women to do this. And so let's recognise that, let's discuss it. Norms take a long time to change, and women resist them as much as men do.
And then, Hanna.
Thank you. 1 minute till the coffee break, so I have to be careful. I just thought that it was kind of funny, and this puts me to the Nordic context, when you mentioned that the fathers cannot come to the prenatal clinics because it might be during the work hours. And in our societies, the women also work, and they go to the prenatal clinics during the work hours. But I don't know actually how it is for the fathers. Is it a good enough reason for the employer that you are going to the prenatal clinic with your partner when you are having a baby? How is it this in the Nordics? But I think we can discuss that maybe later on and go and have the coffee.
Yeah. In our organization in Miessäkin, you can do it on your working time.
Okay.
If you want to go. And we are, of course, saying that go.
All right. There's also a huge issue for people who are working in the informal economy who have no leave at all. But that's another, that's another fire to light, I think. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Nikki.
Thank you very much.
And it's coffee time. And we'll be back in 3:15. And continue. Okay. Everyone is now again refreshed after coffee and nice snacks. Approaching our final part of the day, panel discussion, and sort of concluding the whole day with my colleagues from Nordic NGOs. So I welcome Mats, Haimir and Eppu on stage. Jätetään reunimaiset.
Where do you want me?
Try to sit on the middle. Here. Haimir is there. So, our themes of today were the positive effects of participating fatherhood and cooperative parenting, the positive effects of parental leave fathers have taken, especially to children fathers and their relationships between them, and how to encourage and normalize fathers' participation in parenting and taking parental leave. I think we've gone through quite well the positive effects parts, but I think I'll start with how do we encourage and normalize fathers' participation in parenting and taking parental leave? What are your ideas? How do we get parental leaves better used by men? What are the obstacles and what are the main causes for men to use those?
Well, if you talk, are you talking parental leave now or are you talking fathers? Because it's somewhat different. But if you talk fathers, which is what I want to talk about, then I think there are changes in the law necessary. That some of these things, they have to be mandatory. There isn't going to be a real change unless they're mandatory. So that would be my answer.
Yeah, okay, well, I can be a sociologist and then emphasize the importance of culture. So the law isn't enough by itself because, you know, you can have the law and you can have the opportunities, but if the men don't want to use these paternal leave, and then it's not that good. So I would think that for some people, money works. You know, you have to have the good benefits in order to make it, you know, like worthwhile. But then again, you have to really have the norm. The men have to feel it, like they have to feel it to really want to stay at home. And of course, I know that like most of the men do want it, but we still have like lots of groups, maybe those groups that are kind of disadvantaged. So we have to like we have to make those benefits better for them, and then we have to, like for us middle class men, we have to change the culture and the norm.
I agree with the benefits part, because that's another thing where at least the work I'm doing, where I can see where there are economic drivers for not then granting days to the other parent, or for that matter, for one parent to go for single custody. Because single custody then also usually means residency and visitation rights and all that sort of thing, and it means more benefits and a lot more benefits. And that, I think those incentives, they have to be abolished. And if a single parents need economic support, that should be taken care of through other channels, not by that parent getting single custody and residency, because we know that the effects of that are so negative. On the issue of then attitude in society, I agree with that also, of course, but I see a huge change in that attitude. I've only been, I'm not a sociologist. My career was in other areas, and I've only been involved with this for about 10 years. But even in that time, I think I have seen a huge change, and particularly amongst the young fathers. The young fathers today, they think very, very differently from what a father 10 or 20 fathers. So that attitude is changing. And these fathers, these young fathers, and perhaps then also young mothers, or the fathers and mothers of today, they have changed their attitudes, and they will continue to change attitudes of society, would be my point, Bob.
So you're saying it's a generation thing, the generation after generation gets things more equal.
Yes, one could put it that way.
Yeah. Jaime.
Yeah, when the first legislation in Iceland about parental leave was, they were working on it in 2000. They thought there was 2 factors that were needed for fathers to take the parental leave, and it was it had to be well paid. Because fathers they will not take parental leave if it will hurt the family financially, and it has to be non-transferable. It has to be exclusive for fathers, so they would take it. And it has to be paid by the government, paid by the state. These 3 factors they thought were necessary for fathers to take parental leave, and I think it's still valid today. But I also want to add on, because in 2001, almost every father in Iceland took parental leave. I think it was about 90%. We are not paying as the roof has been lowered, and we are not. I think the percent is lower today, but we know what is needed. But we also need to think about fathers who are not residential parents. Paternity leave shouldn't only be for fathers who are living with the mother. It should be for all children that have fathers, that fathers would be able to take parental leave. And I think we can decrease conflicts between parents and promote parental shared parenting if we start with 2 custodial parents when children are born, regardless of the residential status, and social benefits to both parents, regardless of the residence of the child. We should start to look at if the child has 2 parents, both of them are supposed to care for the children, and both of them should be giving social support to do it. And this would decrease conflict, and parents would work more together.
I think as we learned today that the use of father's paternal leave is lower in lower socioeconomic groups, but also if I understood it correctly from Farstad's presentation, that the sort of inclusive fatherhood is lower in those sections as well. Is there any ideas how to improve this group of men to participating better in parenting, fatherhood?
Yeah, but it's an ongoing problem that, like in higher socioeconomical groups, like these indicators with equality are always higher in other aspects as well. So it's not only parenting, it's other subjects as well. And I think that, as I said, we can use those with the disadvantaged groups, benefits more than, kind of like this culture changing. You have to kind of like, you have to have social services that tackle the problems before they grow into these intergenerational problems that I see, in the child custody services. Like most of the problems that, fathers have, they are like inherited from their parents, and that's why we have to have this strong social security network and strong social work in order to make it better for the next generation. And I think that's one big issue. And then with the the middle class people, you can use the Twitter and those other kind of like media outlets and try to affect the norm. But especially with those groups that we heard like lots of presentations today, we have to be more adaptive. We have to think bigger with them.
Okay, Mats.
I'd very much agree with that because there's a subgroup that's perhaps socioeconomic, but not necessarily. But there's a problem subgroup there, and I think we need to pay much more focus on that particular group. And then the middle-class parents, that of course a separation is always difficult, but in the end they then usually end up with something that everybody can live with anyway, usually. Huge generalization, but it's usually true. But you have a subgroup there where it's not possible, if it's an old patterns or if it's because one parent cannot or don't want to or simply cannot cooperate. And this group is this is the most disastrous group that does the most damage, and also to the child or to the children. And there we should put in the efforts and resources very, very early on, because they are the ones that are coming back to social services, and they are sort of repeat customers, not only for social services, but also of course they are the ones going back to court time after time after time, perhaps. So much more resources be put in the problem areas.
We're talking about high conflicts. Were you asking about that? No. What group were you talking about?
Well, I didn't use the word high conflict because that's a debated term also, so I deliberately didn't use it. But yes, I'm talking about the parents where there are then huge problems, and if they are then inherited, if there are economic drivers, because there's of course a lot of psychological illness and psychological issues, and they need to be addressed. I mean, if in my organization we have a saying that if you don't address the issues with the parents, you will not address the issues of the child. So you have to really you have to go for the parent first and address the issues that the parent or parents may have. And only then can you start solving the issues for the child. And that's of course simplistically put again, but I think it's a point.
I think I just missed the first question when you were asking how to get parents to get paternity leave in what groups?
Fathers get the paternal leave in a lower socioeconomic.
In lower socioeconomic. Okay, it's yeah.
Which were showed here that a couple of presentations that.
I think firstly they have to be able to take the parental leave. They have to be able to stop working, and in Iceland you get 80% of your salary up to some roof, and if you are with low salary, it is a lot to lose 20%, and they're just not capable of doing it. So I don't think we should have 80% for everybody. We should have some bottom as well as roof, so everybody could be able to take it.
Okay, yes, Jesper from Denmark talked about this hidden paternal leave. There's a lot of people, lots of men are sort of using their paternal leaves but are not applying it, or it doesn't show in any statistics, or they don't get any money. What do you think about this? Is it true? Is it happening in Sweden, for instance? Because in Finland I know a lot of entrepreneurs, small businesses are they are not taking paternal leave, but they are spending time with the kid and doing the job at the same time, because they can't get off the firm. Of course, this goes with the women as well, women entrepreneurs. But have you any ideas on this?
I think working hours has changed, and we have more people with flexible hours. And when you have flexible hours, it's not always necessary to take paternity leave or parental leave, because especially when there are two parents and both with flexible hours, then they can arrange their times and keep on working. I think some people, they are not taking the benefits, but still they are taking time off to care for children.
Yeah, but then again, the self-employed, the entrepreneurs are usually in a very disadvantaged position, because they're usually in fields that don't really, they don't get that much salary. So they should get the benefits, because that would, it would really help them to kind of, concentrate on the paternal leave. And of course, maybe it's not possible. Maybe it's because of the whole security system is kind of, it's based on needs. And maybe we don't need that kind of system. Maybe we need to think it further. That is the whole system a bit more? Is it too complicated to handle these kind of situations? Maybe we need like less benefits, but those benefits that would be like universal and more gracious. And I think that's one issue, that you can't really like count everyone, all kinds of situations. Yeah.
Okay. This question of using the percentages of using of parental leave by fathers and mothers, do you think the idea is to get the percentage as high as it's possible, or do you think it's more? So is it more like a politics of equality, or is it a family politics?
If the question is if it's for the policies to decide or the family to decide, was that the question?
Yeah, no, in a sense, yeah.
I think it needs to be a mix of both. And as I mentioned, I think there really has to be changes in the law and how the law is enforced, that is mandatory changes, so that you don't get to choose exactly what you will. Then again, in most cases then, I think some of these decisions or part of the decisions could be left then to the family. But again, these are in the instances where the prospects of good cooperation, where the prospects of that are already there. They are the ones that will be able to agree on this and come up with a solution that's relatively good for the family and for both parents and for the child. So again, the problem areas are with the families where the parties cannot agree, either because they don't want to, or they are simply not capable of agreeing, or because there are economic drivers that very strongly favors one solution. So that's why I really think that it's we need to have also mandatory statutes.
Yes, I think parental leave, in my opinion, it should be that each parent has a fixed amount of time for parental leave, and it should not be transferable. Not anything. Yeah, just like it's not the same, but I can compare it to just you have, if you're working for the state, you have 6 weeks for summer vacation each year, and you cannot transfer your leave to your spouse. And I just think this should be the same with parental leave. You have, each parent has this amount of time. I don't know how much time is enough, but and it seems like when parental leave are extended, we want more, but when do we have enough? We have to find that out, but I think each parent should just have its own parental leave, and it should not be transferable. And if usually when we hear about the need of transferable leave, people are mentioning the mother's health, for example. But I think we should meet that in other ways, because if and it's of course it's more likely that women that will suffer some health issues regarding the birth of the child, and that should be met just in other ways, not with parental leave, just with other ways.
Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, the question was that which is better, freedom or equality? Of course, we want both, but can we have those? Because it's always freedom against the desired outcomes. But if we think that how can we achieve the good equality and still leave some freedom to the families? I agree that we need the mandatory part, of course, but it isn't always good for the low-income families to have like just the same amount of the mandatory parental leave. Because if you think that maybe the other parent is getting more paid, maybe it's good for the family to that the other parent is working more while the other is taking care of the children. And of course, now we can disagree and say, but still, it's more important that both of the parents are equal time at home. But we really don't know that it's the best way to like get the equality. Because maybe if the family has more money, maybe they get to spend more time together. Maybe they have time to, be with the children and kind of like invest more. So I would think that there are some problems in the Finnish way, offering the voluntary childcare leave. When you get like 300 euros per month, and like it's very popular in Finland. That mostly women use it, and it's highly debated that is it really like pro-equality? That it's kind of like this poverty trap. Because it's not really good to stay in it, but you still can't get out of it once you go there. So I think it's really a problem with that. So we should kind of encourage both of the parents to, of course, have the parental leave, but the freedom can be equal as well. It can really like lead to equal results.
Yeah, maybe because I'm always talking about possibilities, and maybe with the rights, but. I hope that we can feel and be equal and still decide differently than someone has said that it should be like this. So, and find the best way. And even in the new Finnish system, you can share it 50-50 if you want. But you can share it 60-40 if you want. And that's nice. Okay, if we think these parental leave systems are in quite good ways in Nordic countries, what do we men have to do to? What do we have to do to use them better, or use more of them, or be better parents, maybe? I'm only asking big questions.
Who wants to do that one?
Well, maybe I can answer because I'm probably going to be a father soon, so I can only like speak for myself. And I didn't really have a good connection with my father. He wasn't really part of my life. So my kind of like this inner mission is to do completely otherwise. So I feel it strongly that I have to like connect with my future child, and the emotional bond is something that is really like natural to me, and I feel that we as men, I don't know if it's a Finnish thing or if it's a Nordic thing, that we need to kind of connect more sides in ourselves. It doesn't really mean that like every man has to be the same. No, it doesn't. But we still have to like kind of connect more and find like new needs inside myself. I think this is at least for me some kind of a middle class way.
Sort of redefining fatherhood, redefining being a man.
Yeah.
So, are Swedes already there? Because you men in your country are doing it so well.
Well, I'm not a Swede to start with. Yeah. I'm Finnish, you know. So, but I lived in Sweden I haven't lived in Finland for 40 years, and I have lived in Sweden for close to 30. But I don't know. I mean, obviously the very long parental leave and also the fairly high degree of outtake by fathers is a very, very good thing. I really do think that. But apart from that, I think I see several other countries are catching up and even surpassing Sweden now. Yes, things are fairly good in Sweden, but there are lots of room for improvement.
I saw a headline that use of parental leave is going down among men in Sweden.
Oh, I hadn't seen that. That's interesting. And that's not a pandemic thing then?
I don't know. I only read the new headline.
Yeah. Okay.
Now I'm losing it. Yeah. Well, let's change subject a bit. Let's go to the being a father after divorce, after the parents' separation. I bet a lot of people here want to talk about that as well. How can we take care that the good connection with children stays? Again, a big question. Who wants to start? Jaime, for a change.
Right. What can we do to make parents which are separated to share parental leave?
No, with the parental leave.
Not the parental leave.
No.
Yeah, all right, okay. It's like I said, in Iceland and in many other countries, we are dividing parents into A parents and B parents if they are not living together. And A parents, they will have all rights and all benefits, all the support, and the other parent is without any support and has to rely on good communication with the other one and also supporting the other household while trying to support his own. So it's a really different situation people are living with and trying to do their duties. And I think and I believe that if the state is willing to support both homes, both families, it will be a really good investment for any society. We will have stronger individuals if we are supporting both homes, and I think we have more poverty in non-residential children homes than in residential homes, and poverty has the same effects on children if it's there, just the same as if it's on the residential home. because when children are living in poverty, and this is a real matter in Iceland, that fathers, many fathers, they are poor trying to care for the children while still supporting another household. And when they have the children they know they don't have money, and they have to how can I say it? They know they are not able to ask their parent for such things because they know the parent doesn't have money for it. So the children, they are taking care of the parents. It's a role reversal thing that will happen when it's poverty, and I think we should support both homes all the time, and it will benefit the society.
Yeah, in child protective services, you really get to see that like most of the problems in families that are separated are always like they're family problems. Like they're not like alone the problems of the child, and that's why the current system isn't really enough to tackle the problems with separated couples. Always when you have some sort of custody situation, the most problems are kind of created because of the relationship between the separated couple, and that's why it's very it's difficult to kind of like discuss the paternal leave, because it's so strongly connected to the relationship of the couple that has children, and that's why it's kind of a bigger issue. And I would think that if couples that are separated would if they would realize that they have to think about these issues at the same time they get separated, and we would need some sort of counseling through that period. And I know that many men that I know through NGOs and in my inner circle, they have problems with their with their children because they have problems with their ex-spouses and ex-wives, and I would think that would be so much easier for these men if they kind of if they had some sort of a revolution in relationships as well.
I very much agree. Assuming then that we have the necessary changes in the law or adjustments in the law, but assuming then that gets in place eventually, then these and there are the support services there. I would put a part of the responsibility on the men, because the men, of course, or the fathers, also have to be able to seek support and willing to seek support. And there, of course, traditionally, that's much more difficult for men. Men don't go and seek support, and that's perhaps an attitude issue that's then, but hopefully also changing a little bit over time. But the men have a responsibility to seek help also, or take the help that's offered, I think.
So, for father holding to his parenting role after the divorce, what do you think about shared parenting and dual residence? Is it the answer?
Yeah, the answer, in my opinion, is two equal homes, dual resident with equal status, and also Fabricius has identified that even though parents are not capable of communicating well, equal parenting is the best option for the children. And we have new law in Iceland now about dual resident since 1st of January. So people, they can agree on dual resident, but it's still they have one legal address, and but if there are dual resident, the benefits are split between two homes, and social benefits in Iceland, they are not high. They are only supporting the lowest level. So and even though I said earlier that there is more poverty between non-residential parents than residential parents, we still have poverty also in single resident parents. It's just the society is like we need two people to provide for a home, and otherwise there is a poverty there. And when implementing this new law, they are taking this little support they are provided to one home and dividing it into two parts, and I don't think that's a good idea. I think they should have put in more money, and we would have benefit from that in the future. And also this dual resident is if the parents do not agree on everything, either one of them, they can terminate the agreement anytime, and then all benefits will go to the residential parent with the legal address, and no discussion about it. So it's not this is not equal status for homes. We still have one parent with the legal address which can control everything, because if the other parent will not agree, the agreement is terminated and you will lose yours. So but this is a step in the right direction, that this possibility is there, but I think two equal homes should be the way.
I agree with that as well. I mean, shared parenting, the concept of shared parenting then, which definitely means joint custody. And also 50-50, about 50-50 parenting time. It doesn't have to be 50-50 exactly, but thereabouts. And that, in practicality, that means double residency. Because if you don't get double residency, the power shifts already towards one parent. So I think you need that. Yes, Jesper from Denmark mentioned they now have that in Denmark, apparently. In Sweden, we don't. A child can only have one official residence. So that's something that needs to be fixed. But above all, the presumption, the default option, has to be joint custody and roughly equal parenting time. Now it's almost the other way around. You have to, particularly as a father, you have to prove your competence as a father. And the statistics are, of course, horrible. Guttor mentioned that from Norway, and they are about the same in Sweden, that when a decision of single custody is awarded, it goes to, in 80% of the cases, it goes to the mother, and in 10% to the father in Sweden. And it was about the same in Norway. And that's a huge loss. Now, there are cases where really a joint custody is not possible, and where custody should not be given to a particular parent. Of course there are. But these numbers are way off the mark.
I totally agree.
Pardon?
I totally agree that the whole thing should start, that this is the normal,
yes.
And then we'll check what...
And there could be good reasons for not awarding joint custody. Yeah. Of course there can be. But that should be the exception.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, in principle, I agree that shared parenthood, that it kind of, it requires kind of dual residency. But then again, coming from Child Protective Services, I know that dual residency doesn't always mean that it's dual, and shared parenting doesn't mean that it's really shared. So I would really concentrate on the reality that it doesn't mean that if you share the parenting that the responsibilities are really shared, and it doesn't really mean that it's good for the child. So we can have a situation where in one hand there is kind of the equality point, and then we have the good for the child point. But of course, as you said, it's not everyone, but there are many cases that where child lives in both homes, that it's totally unbearable, and well, I think that. But nevertheless, it should be baseline that it's shared. Baseline, then we start to investigate that. what happens next? Is there some sort of a problem with that? And I think that's a cultural thing, and that's a norm thing, And and that's something that men would benefit from if we started to thinking differently.
And
I have a comment on this whole equality issue. And I realize this is now a conference on paternity leave and men's issues and all that. But I don't think we should debate the issue of equality, because equality is not the goal in itself. That's not, why do we want to achieve equality? Well, we want to achieve equality because we think it's good. We think it's good for men, we think it's good for women, and in particular, in cases then of family policies, we think that what we now then call equality is in the best interest of the child. So that's what we should focus on, rather than the somehow achieving absolute equality.
Still back to the dual residency, I think there are a lot of details that has to be solved, that it works really well, but I think if that would be the baseline, could, for instance, be answer for Johanna Terävä's observations that people are, maybe men would have better belief in officials when they start negotiating these things. This screen says we have 20 seconds, so I only have your final answer for you. What kind would be your fantasy parental leave model?
What did you say? Like an ideal of...
Ideal.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to start.
Repeat the question.
Ideal parental leave model.
All right.
How long? How much money? Who uses it?
How long? Well, I think it's quite generous in Sweden already, so of course it could be longer. But I think it is quite generous, so I wouldn't focus too much on that. I think the one third, I think is good, and that you can then, because families are different and circumstances are different, and so 1/3 then the family or the parents can agree upon. But if they can't agree, then even that third should be split 50-50. If they don't come to an agreement, then that should be 50-50. So that's one model which I think would be nice.
Yeah. Resources in Iceland, they show that if parental leave is negotiable, then you can transfer it. It's actually maternity leave, and the goal of the paternity leave in Iceland, at least, is to ensure togetherness with both parents. It's equality. and it's equal payments in the labor market, which is also, there are 2 equality points, which is the goal. So if the law is not meeting the goal, so why do we have the law? We don't need the law if they're not meeting the goal, and the goal is equal. So I say that it should be non-transferable, equal parental leave to each parent. Freedom, if freedom would ensure equality, we wouldn't have been considering in this legal legislation.
Yeah, like from the current models that are realistic, I agree with you that the model of 1/3 is it's good, and I would drive for that. But every, like paternal leave system has its drawbacks because it's a system, and it's a matter of like whole security system, and now the issue kind of broadens, and so I would make it more simple, like altogether. I would have some sort of benefits that you could get, like regardless of your like specific status of being in specific resident with a specific child and having a specific time at home, and I would make it like easier for the individual to kind of investigate their own needs and see what we need as a family. I guess you could call it freedom in some respects, but then again, I think that you could call it like a freedom to make good choices. So of course, the government is always, it's always important to kind of like to push people in right direction. But if you don't have kind of like the inner meaning, inner culture and the norm with it, it will be superficial, and then it can have some kind of more drawbacks and these loops. So yeah, I don't know if that answered your question, but
at least it was some kind of fantasy.
Yeah.
Yeah, my fantasy, and I'm jealous of one thing in Swedish system, that you can use it for how many more, 8 years, even 12-year-old kids, you can use parental leave.
Right.
And that is what I hope we start aiming for in Finland.
Yeah, can I just add a little bit? Because it's, when we talk about parental leave on the other hand and freedom on the other, it's, this costs a lot of money, and the state is paying a lot of money to meet this goal of the law. And parents, they are free. They don't need to take the parental leave. They are free to do it as they did before without these payments. And so we are not diminishing. We are not decreasing freedom. We are just offering payments to support equality. So I don't think it's right to talk about freedom in this sentence, because the society is paying for a huge amount of money.
Okay, we are like 6 minutes over time, and I'm out of conclusions after this day. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mats, Eppu, Heimer, and thank you all. And let's go and have some snacks and drinks again.